Okay, check 1, 2. Testing, testing. We are live. I do sincerely apologize for the bump and for the late hour, uh, life. But I am committed, as always, and we are going to have a stream tonight, and it should be a fun one. This is one that I've been wanting to do, and one that I'm always a little bit conflicted about. I'm not gonna lie. I'm always a bit conflicted on these ones. But please hit the like button and comment in the chat how the sound is, how the picture is. But we're going to talk about another video by Professor Dave Explains. And I try not to be like just purely critical or debunker. I try not to be the person that, or I don't want to say that. I try not to have my content be like the content that is in the video that we are going to watch clips of tonight. But I think sometimes it's okay to have a little bit of fun, and I also will try and make it a constructive one, even for Dave if he watches. But I mean, the odds of him, I don't know, taking this seriously is quite low. But still, if he wants to, I'm going to try and make it a constructive one. There is another talk that he did, or another video that he released on Chris Langan and his CTMU. This one was referencing or giving commentary on an interview that Curt Jaimungal did of Chris Langan a few years ago that was very good. It is linked below. And there is a link to the video with Dave Explains that is also linked below. And that is called Dunking on Chris Langan with Grayson, which Grayson Hawk is another guy who is a science communicator, debunker person, I guess. I don't know what else he does. His channel is linked below, and so is Professor Dave Explains channel. But I think that it's important to try and be constructive, not just be destructive. So we're not just going to we're not going to just dunk on Grayson Hawk and Dave, but we are going to, provide some examples that they show us on, issues in their thinking and that are common throughout the academy right now, but are changing. And also we're going to talk about Chris Langan's CTMU a little bit. I'm not an expert, but I do have kind of an intuitive understanding of it because Sentient Singularity Theory is very similar. In fact, it's different in how it describes things because the medium of modeling is different, but I have not yet noticed a disagreement in like the general assertions of the theories. But I think that the CTMU has a lot of truth, not even just a lot of truth, beyond a lot of truth. Even just looking at it kind of in a broad sense, its foundational underpinnings are critical, and I absolutely believe them to be true. I have not read into the details of his work. I do have 2 books here, but I have not read either one. I will say they do have equations in them, despite, Dave's denial of Chris's math skills. This is beyond my mathematical literacy, but they are there. They're available on Amazon. And I don't get a kickback from Chris Langan for shilling for his books. But if you want to understand the CTMU in detail, those books I purchased on Amazon. But please hit the like button, like I said, and we are going to get into it. It is kind of late, so it's not going to be the longest stream, but it's going to be a fun stream, I think. And next week, I am going to be trying to give kind of a version 1 lecture on Sentient Singularity Theory, and so I'm working on that this upcoming week, and I will use you guys as guinea pigs. But this week we're just gonna relax and have fun because last week was a 5-hour stream. So good. This sounds good. Here is the first clip. But first, as a disclaimer, I will say, and I'm trying to say this at the beginning of every stream, I don't agree with anyone on everything, but I agree with everyone on something. This is true of everybody, but everybody honest at least. I still think it's important to say, and anybody who I do discuss on here, I do have respect for. So even Grayson, who I don't know and much about. This is the first video I've ever seen him in, and even Professor Dave, who has a memory that I'm jealous of, but also has some serious misunderstandings of science, ironically. But first clip.
That reality actually uses communicate.
Hold on, playback speed, and give you guys some captions.
With itself and to make decisions regarding how it models itself, which is another way to say how it evolves, right? And it can be modeled in many ways. You can actually look at it as an operator algebra, or as a quantization, a new kind of quantization of reality, or a reality self-simulation. You can look at it.
I just love how, by the way, like if you've read it, I actually went through and looked at Chris's papers on like CTMU and everything, and looked at his publications. It's funny how like none of those papers are modeling it in any of these ways. He's not using any kind of math, no operation.
He just says what he wants.
Algebra.
I mean, it's just riddled with false equivocations, right? Modeling itself, in other words, evolution. What does that mean, right? A population of organisms evolves. Are they modeling themselves? No, they're not. That doesn't mean anything. Like it's word salad. It's just word salad.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's really funny to me also where the original publication for the CTMU, his first publication in 2002, guess what kind of journal it was in, Dave?
Non-peer-reviewed one.
An intelligent design journal.
Oh, there you go. Sure.
So it's so funny to me that intelligent design, right, as a movement in the early 2000s and like late 90s was all about pseudo-intellectualizing creationism and fundamental Christian apologetics, and just trying to introduce scientific jargon to make it sound intellectual. Yeah. And all Chris is doing that to intelligent design and a bunch of arguments from like the 1700s.
Sure. Yeah. Basically, anybody who they think the recipient, the target demographic will sound smart to, who says yes, God exists, that's intelligent design, right? Throw it in the pile of propaganda. Yep. That's it.
Okay, so this is the fundamental problem and why Dave still doesn't get it. And I will say this before we break down this clip. I wanted to touch on this at first, but I have a history with the CTMU a little bit, not in even studying it, but as a personal experience with not being able to understand it at all, and then being able to intuitively understand it without even reading about it, because I was basically deriving the same conclusions in Sentient Singularity Theory, which was not an attempt at a fundamental theory. It was an attempt to understand the inevitabilities of mind and motivation and things like that regarding AGI. But it led to what is now Sentient Singularity Theory, which is a fundamental framework of existence, and it is a fundamental theory. And before I was a theist, which I am a theist now, I was a self-described atheist for 24 years of my life, and I would describe that now more accurately as an anti-theist, but that's not what I said at the time. And when I was in college, I was really like excelling in school because I was doing my homework for the first time because I had to, or else I was going to not get into my program because I was slacking off for the entirety of my scholastic career up until those years. And I was top of my class in basically everything. And I became interested in IQ and like challenging myself mentally, and I came across Chris Langan. And this guy is the highest IQ in the world, which I actually don't think matters very much. It's certainly a talent, or it's a gift, I will say, like to have a higher IQ in many cases, not in all cases, but it's not determined. It doesn't determine your ability to understand anything that matters. Anything that matters. Like to a general person. And what's much more important to your understanding is perspective. And I was studying philosophy I had this philosophy class at the time. It was my first philosophy class. I was the top of the class and wasn't expecting that. It was probably the most talented I've ever been in a subject. And I didn't know that I had that talent at the time. This was like the first time I had discovered it. And my philosophy professor said that philosophy is the study of perspective, which is a much better definition today, much more universal definition today than the love of wisdom, because the love of wisdom doesn't work as a definition if you're not a theist. It doesn't make any sense. But if you are a theist, then it makes sense. But if you're not a theist, then it doesn't make sense. So a universal definition that I think is better of philosophy is this study of perspective. I didn't come up with it. I don't know if my philosophy professor did or not, but that's where I heard it from. I haven't seen it anywhere else. But this definition works if you're a theist or if you're an anti-theist. And it's very easily understandable, and it makes perfect sense. What's interesting is that I couldn't understand the CTMU when I saw that this, this guy with a 200 IQ had come up with a theory of everything. I had no idea what that was, other than I had heard string theory was candidate, and I would listen to Michio Kaku like every night and didn't understand what he was really saying, didn't realize that I didn't understand it, but had totally believed, string theory was the thing, even though there's no reason for me to have understood that at the time. And then I tried to understand the CTMU, and I couldn't even get the name. I was like, cognitive theoretic model of the universe. Like, what does that even mean? I couldn't move past it. And my friend eventually was like, Tyler, give up. Like, there are some people that are just so much smarter than us, and we just can't match them. And I was hurt by that, honestly. Like, I had been able to intellectually dominate every, goal that I had set for myself that year, except this one, understanding what cognitive theoretic model of the universe even means. And I forgot about it. Years and years go by, I graduate college, and after I try and understand the inevitabilities of mind by trying to understand, what is the inevitable motivations of a technological sentience, or what people call an AGI, a terrible term, it led me to become a theist. And through like logical inquiry. That's it. It wasn't by scripture. But after that, I had like an epiphany one day, and I was like, we're inside a mind. We have to assume that we're inside of a mind. Like, that's what we have to assume. Logically, we have to assume it. And I'll explain why throughout the stream. But this change in perspective, I was like, there was that guy who had that 200 IQ and that theory of everything about like proving God exists. Like, let me go and see if I now can understand it. And I looked it up, and it said cognitive theoretic model of the universe. And I read that and I understood it perfectly. We're inside a mind. And I clicked off the page, and that was it. I knew the general idea of it, and I agreed with it. And I didn't need to investigate it much further than that, because it made that much intuitive sense to me. My IQ is not 200. And it didn't change between those years. What shifted was my perspective. What Dave and Grayson hold as their fundamental assumptions right now are the same assumptions that I held when I was in college and I first tried to understand the CTMU. And I could not. And this is really what is holding them back, and is holding, I would say, science back completely. And we're going to get into that even more tonight. But when you hear Dave and Grayson say, as soon as somebody is trying to make an argument for quote unquote intelligent design, or, basically for God, I don't know what intelligent design means. I don't even use the term. It's like, I just not the point. The point really is exactly what they said, is that you can throw it in a pile of propaganda if you're going to make the argument for God. And that is a huge roadblock if you're going to try and understand the CTMU. Even if you don't believe in God, which really means, for the point of going further, God, as defined by me, and I think as inevitably defined by everyone who logically can think about the concept of God, is existence itself. Initial existence, all-encompassing existence, existence itself is a sentient being. We are like cells inside of a sentient being. Like your cells are sentient and inside of you as a sentient being. And that is the assumption that you have to make if you're going to actually try and understand the logic of the CTMU. Really, I think the logic of a lot of things, but especially the CTMU. Even if you don't think that that's true, you have to, for the sake of thinking about it, assume that it is true, that existence is fundamentally sentient in nature, and then because your default assumption is that it's not, if you're going to actually think about it, there's one way to think, and that is you take your default assumption, you assume the opposite of that default assumption is true, and then you look for evidence of it. You cannot look for evidence to back up your default assumption if you're going to think about something. That isn't thinking about it. That is basically tricking yourself into feeling like you're thinking about it. I almost said thinking like you're thinking that you're thinking about it, but it's really that you're like feeling like you're thinking about it. And any thinking that you actually do is you take your default assumption, you assume the opposite of that is true, and then you look for evidence of that. If you think that the Earth is a sphere and you want to truly think about it being flat, you cannot look for evidence that it's a sphere. You have to look for evidence that it's flat. You have to assume that it's flat and then think about what the evidence would be, not take somebody else's word for what the evidence would be. Logically think about what the evidence would be for the Earth being flat and then go look for evidence of it. And vice versa. If you think the Earth is flat, you have to assume the opposite is true, meaning you have to assume it's a sphere, and you have to look for the evidence that would be suggested to exist by logic that it is a sphere at that point. This is how you think about anything. And this is how you have to think about all scientific theories, from the shape of the Earth to the nature of existence itself, the fundamental nature of existence itself. And it's not a pile of propaganda just to say that if a theory claims that existence is fundamentally sentient, then that's not necessarily a pile of propaganda. I don't know what propaganda even means. We're not focused on what the intentions of something are. That's very much seems to be Dave's focus in a lot of these videos that he does. And I'm not just claiming that like he says it. If I was just claiming that, then I would be guilty of exactly what I'm claiming he's guilty of. But he completely admits it. I'm not insinuating it. It's right there. He says it in every debunking video that he puts out. And so, with these videos, I'm not trying to debunk their debunking. I'm trying to be constructive. An anti-ideology is always destructive. It doesn't lead to anything. It's why, anti-fascism and libertarianism are the same definition on paper, but manifest very differently in behavior. One of them literally destroys things, and the other one is, founds like the most, currently the most powerful country in the world. These are two very different manifestations because the goal is different between those two ideologies. One that has a goal of seeking liberty versus having a goal of destroying tyranny. Destroying tyranny isn't enough if that's where you leave it. Like, you have to have a constructive goal. And so that's what I'm trying to do with these streams. It's very hard when you're, giving commentary on a debunking video, especially. It's much easier when you're giving commentary on a video that is like somebody's actually putting their thoughts out there, like my normal commentaries are. But with these, it's it's a struggle to not become like chase a chicken with its head cut off. I used to have this quote on my Twitter that said, if you chase a chicken with its head cut off, you are a chicken with its head cut off. So I'm trying not to chase Dave and Grayson because they are basically chickens with their heads cut off. That's how they're behaving with this. Is they don't realize they have no place that they're going. That's what it defines a chicken with its head cut off. It's running around and it has no goal. I'm trying not to be that. And if I fail, let me know in the comments. But if you're going to try and understand the CTMU, theism, which is defined as belief in the existence of God, which is defined as existence itself, is a sentient being, a single sentient being. Initially, inevitably, all-encompassing existence, it's a single sentient being, and we are within it. So you're inside a mind. That is a fundamental, proposal of the CTMU, and they criticize it on this multiple times on this dunking video that they put out as basically being ideas of people in the past that are just reworded in with different words. And the thing is that's not false, and that's fine too. Monotheism is very old. It's not a new concept. It's a very old concept. Contextualizing it within our current scientific narratives is something that is not done by religions, which is, I better define them as theological traditions, because they're not all even the same in their definition or goal of what they are. Religion is, I feel like the term religion is a word that was created to describe a concept of theological traditions as conceptualized by anti-theists who don't understand what they're talking about. So you ask like an Orthodox Jew, or like even a believing and practicing Muslim, or a believing Christian, they won't even tell you that. They would say, it's not Christianity isn't a religion, Judaism isn't a religion, Islam isn't a religion. It's just the true way of being, or the true belief, or the true practice. That's how they would describe it, and each one is different. One's a belief, one's a practice, etc. But theological tradition, I will call them. It's more accurate. If you call them all religions, you're assuming that they have the same goal and that they're just competing. People compete, groups of people compete, but if you read their scriptures, they're not as competitive. It's not the point. The point is, though, God defined here is existence itself as a single sentient being. That is monotheism. Of no specific religion, of just monotheism. And that's fine. Let's see. Next clip.
System, and it relates intelligence and intelligibility.
A metaformal system that relates intelligence and intelligibility. You know who the only other group of people that I ever come across that are talking about intelligence and intelligibility and relating them and going back? I mean, it's literally Christian presuppositionalists.
Mhm.
They say, how do you guarantee intelligibility without God? You can't, therefore God exists. It's the most basic low IQ pre-supper argument, and that's literally all he's doing, is just dressing that up.
Is trying to formalize in a pseudoscientific way the idea that sentience is the quintessence,
Yep.
and therefore God exists.
It's exactly how you derive the CTMU, and it's
Mhm.
yeah, it's just you. It's like you've already seen this video, Dave. You already know.
Okay. I get the feeling that Dave might have watched my last video about his commentary on Chris Langan because I mean, he might not have, but Sentient Singularity Theory, and I make the argument in that video that I did. If you want to see it, I'll link it below. I didn't yet, but you can search for it, where I give my thoughts on my initial thoughts on Dave's debunking of the CTMU in his last video that he did about it, or attempted debunking. But stating that, sentience is the fundamental nature of existence and highlighting that right there. I don't know, maybe he watched my video, maybe not. It doesn't, it's the thing about the reason why I use the term sentience is because it is the inevitable term to define the fundamental nature of existence. And so it's going to be a term that pops up and is used by many people, including Chris Langan in his interview with Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles said, "What is God?" And Chris Langan said, one of the core attributes of God is that God has to be sentient. And he's right. But this, this labeling of things as pseudoscientific and pseudo-intellectual, and it's just empty. Okay, don't be fooled by it. Or if you are fooled by it, be fooled by it. But if you see that it's through it and you understand the logical points that I'm going to make, not against the term pseudoscience or whatever, but like arguing why some of these things are not illogical or incoherent to believe, then just see past, these moralizing, judgmental labels, I guess. I don't even want to say that because I feel like a hypocrite saying that. But that is the point of saying something is like, I don't know. I don't want to say that too much, but I don't like the terms pseudoscience or anything like that. It's just empty. It's like having an anti-ideology. What is science? And let's try and do that. Let's try and find the truth. Let's do that. Let's try and find the truth. And there are many, many, many different tools that we can use to find the truth. And you can also reduce them into just a few tools that we have to find the truth: logic and internal reasoning, and scientific experimentation and observation. 3. But there's really a fourth one, which we're going to have to talk about on here, which is experience, like internal experience. And this is what science, as a narrative, as defined as a narrative of the pursuit of truth, which is basically how we define science today, is it's not just a method, it's a narrative that is the pursuit of truth, and it's usually through or associated with academic institutions. But it's, if you really deduce it down, it's just the pursuit of truth in a kind of collectivistic societal sense, which is why it's linked to institutions. And there's no need, I will say this, there's no need for terms like pseudoscience. You could just say something is coherent or incoherent or true or false. There are things that are true, there are things that are false, there are thoughts that are incoherent, and there are thoughts that are coherent. And that's all you need to describe anything that you need to judge anything on the path towards, gaining more and more truth. Those are really the only 4, terms that you need. You don't need science. You don't need pseudoscience. You don't need religion. You don't need faith. You need, as terms, you need, to understand whether or not something is logically coherent or logically incoherent. And you need to understand, whether or not something is true or not, depending on the various tools or judged by the various tools that you have available to you, like observation and experimentation and experience, internal experience. But this judgment of like any attempt to logically explain why sentience is the I forgot the term he used. It's but really is the fundamental nature of existence. That is not, there's nothing that is, how do I say this without saying the word pseudoscience? I'm trying to say it's not pseudoscientific, basically, but that's not even the correct way of putting it. The correct way of putting it is that you can use logic to develop a coherent argument for why that is true. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And that's all you need to know. And so try and do it. And we're going to try and do it tonight, or I'm going to explain, how I've done it. And if you agree with it, great. If you see the logic in the coherence in what I, share, great. If you don't take my word for it. Just, think that you should assume that I'm wrong, but not that I'm a fraud or any, or a liar or anything like that, as those are terms that are stated a lot in this commentary that we're reviewing. But if you do think I'm a fraud and a liar, then just go find another video to watch. Don't pay attention to frauds and liars, or people that you think are being fraudulent and lying. I don't want to say frauds and liars. Everybody has lied. Everybody also, has told the truth. I think most people, nobody lies. Nobody is more a liar than they are a truth teller, but there are certainly people that do tell a lot more lies, and not a very good liar. So let's go to the chat really quick. How is your God falsifiable? We're going to get to that. That is a very good question, but it's also not a good question. Stephen Wolfram, who is a computer scientist, mathematician, physicist, whatever you want to call him, he's a researcher, and he has his physics project called the Observer Theory now, which is getting closer and closer to Sentient Singularity Theory every single year. It's much more mathematically detailed because I'm not as mathematically literate, and that's not I think that actually you have to transcend math a bit, or at least like kind of our more generalized algebra and things like that, when you're actually trying to make any argument for something fundamental or come up with a fundamental theory, is you have to find a way to logically justify the existence of quantities. So like we're not even at, E equals MC squared. Like you're way below that. You're like trying to explain where quantity comes from. Like what is quantity most fundamentally? Where does quantity most fundamentally exist in existence? That's a different logical endeavor than just like, show me the equations, Chris, or something like that. But Stephen Wolfram, he states that the more fundamental you go, the more you realize that you should be searching at a fundamental level for confirmation, continuous confirmation, not for falsifiability. The reason why is that if you're making an argument for something that is ever present and it ends up being correct, then there's no place that you can point to in which it would be actually falsifiable, because there's no place that exists in which it isn't true. I explain this in my video, Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide, which is linked below, which is, my entry into the PACE 1 competition that Curt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything YouTube channel put on. And it was a prize winner video in that, and it's also pretty concise. And it gets into this. It's like, why on a fundamental theories that are really true cannot be falsified. And that this is not an evidence that they're nonsense. If something is always true, you can't falsify it, right? How would you falsify something that's always true? It's like, go and try and falsify the existence of sentience. You can't, because you're sentient. Everywhere you look, within yourself, in the world that appears beyond you, you are seeing it through the perspective that inherently proves continuously. I don't even want to say proves, confirms, because proof and falsifiability, we're kind of like trying to transcend those terms when we're getting the fundamental. And you can't, I don't want to say prove, but confirms, because proof is something that is, this third person detached kind of way of judging something. Is like, this is proof, or this is, the ability to falsify something, the ability to prove something. It's not as personal. Whereas the ability to confirm something kind of includes you as the confirmer. Like you confirmed it. A proof doesn't really, in science, how it's used in science, isn't a personal observation. And some things do require personal observation. You can't deny your ever-present personal observation, because you would be denying of your own self. And if you do that, then you can't justify anything at that point. You can't justify, you don't even you're basically saying, I don't exist. And then why should we listen to you? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So when you're talking about God, which really, like I said, means existence itself, initially, eternally, what's the term that I always forget it when I'm on here. It's like, what is it? Eternal. Let's see here. Oh man, I'm gonna have to just think about it. Look it up later. This is gonna drive me insane though. But like, existence as the initial state or initial nature of sentience as the initial nature of existence, and the eternal nature of existence, and the inevitable nature of existence, and a sentient being as the structure that we are within, because existence is all that exists. It means it's one. Like, there's only one existence. There isn't two existences. That means there's one sentience if sentience is the fundamental nature. That idea is one that's very difficult. And I would not even say very difficult. I believe that it is an impossible thing to falsify. And I actually believe that it is because it is true, but more importantly than that, it is logically coherent that you must believe that sentience is the nature of existence. And the reason for that, again, this is all in Theories of Everything, the how-to guide below, is that you have, is because the truest thing that you know is that you exist. Right? What that means is that you are a self-aware being with feelings. Descartes, they're going to talk about him in a minute. We're going to get to those clips. Said, I think, therefore I am. Really, that's not true. Or it's not false. It's not as fundamentally true as you could be. It's more fundamentally true to say, notice if I say that's false, I'm actually wrong, because we're talking about the fundamental here. So if I say it's false to say, I think, therefore I am, and then you think about it and you're like, no, that's actually, then you're false for saying that that's false. The reason for that is we've reached kind of a fundamental level of thinking, which is linked to fundamental assumptions that you have to make about existence. And at that point, we're not trying to falsify anymore because it doesn't work. So you have to say, it's more fundamentally true to that I feel, therefore I am, than I think, therefore I am. You can't say it's false that I think, therefore I am, and it's true that I feel, therefore I am. It's that they're both true, really, but one is more fundamentally true. One is actually fundamentally true. You feel, that's just what you do. You can choose to think. It is an active action, like running. It is not something that you just do. It is something that you have to try and do. Anyone who's actually solving a problem for the first time, and you see this when you have a kid especially, but you see this in your own self anytime you're trying to learn a new skill, you cannot just do it naturally or easily or without, while thinking about something else. You can't learn how to do something that you've never done before while thinking about what you're going to eat for breakfast tomorrow. You have to think about what you're doing right now and figure out how to do it when it's the first time that you're doing it, because thinking is an active action that you choose to do. And there's only really one way to do it, when I described it earlier. And it's not something that is it's not an intrinsic constant process. Feeling is. You feel. You can think, but you do feel always. And so how do you, if the truest thing that you know is that feeling exists, good luck falsifying that. I'm not even saying that you falsify that we're not even getting to like God beyond you yet, but just the truest thing that you know about existence and the nature of existence is that to exist is to feel. And you know that firsthand. This wallet doesn't exist as a wallet outside my defining of it as a sentient being with a goal. It's not this. You could say, people say, oh, that wallet exists outside of you. No, it doesn't. It doesn't exist outside of mind. Mind defines it as its own singular structure, and by its purpose as a wallet. It doesn't exist. Where's the boundary between a chair and the rest of your house, or your refrigerator and a house? Like, is a fridge part of a house, or is it not part of a house? Well, it depends on the perspective of the mind making the observation and doing, the defining. So, is a wheel part of a car, or is it separate from a car? It's like, without the term wheel, there is no wheels separate from a car. It's just part of a car. It's fascinating. I was watching this video, and it was about like African culture, and in specifically Nigeria, and specifically with this tribe called the Igbo tribe, which is what my wife is, Igbo, Nigerian. And I was watching a video about their language, and they apparently do not have a word for that is a direct translation for what is it? It's maintenance, like to maintain something. Because of the climate that they live in and the materials that they use, it's like you construct something and then you just fix it when it needs to be fixed. But like, there's no maintaining, just due to the materials that they use for tools and structures that they build in the climate that they live, while the language was developing. Now, we have technological civilization everywhere, but when the Igbo language was being created initially, like it was being created in an environment that didn't have a need for the word maintenance. It has words for to fix something. It has words for constructing something, building something, but not maintaining something. That's fascinating. And anybody who lives in a rainy place or a place that with freezing temperatures and winters and stuff knows that maintenance is constant. But if you live in a place like sub-Saharan Africa, maintenance is not constant. And I know that because I grew up in Arizona, and maintenance is so not needed in Arizona that the United States Air Force has at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, where I grew up, what is called the boneyard, which is where they store all the planes that they use for spare parts or might want to, reactivate at a later date, or scrap or whatever. They store them all in this huge area. You can look it up online, pictures. There's just tens of thousands of planes, maybe even hundreds of thousands. There's so many planes, and they store them there because it's just dry, and there's no like freezing winters, and they just store them outside, and the parts last. And so there's no maintenance required. And but then because of that, there was no concept of maintenance in like Igbo culture before modern times, because there was no need for it and there was no word for it. And so, our terminology is very critical in how to our ability to actually like abstractly think about things, or to think about something that is more abstract, or even something that is super personal, which is like, what is the truest thing that I know? That is like the first question. People say, oh, reason by first principles. Well, what is the first question? Well, the answer is, what is the first question? It answers itself. But what is the second question, really? It is, what is the truest thing that I know? And the answer for everyone is, I feel, therefore I am, basically, which is I am is the answer to that. The truest thing that I know is that I am. And so nobody can disprove it. That's the idea that sentience is, as far as we know, based on the truest thing that we know about existence, is that it is sentient in nature. Right? If that's the truest thing that you know, which it is. Otherwise, if it's not the truest thing that you know, then there's no you. And I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know who you are, but there is no who, But the truest thing that you know is that you exist. The truest thing that I know is that I am. The truest thing that you know is that you are. What does that mean? It means you are self-aware and feeling. And feeling really is self-awareness. Like, to feel is to, especially emotions, is to feel oneself, is what you're feeling. You don't feel other things. You feel yourself. Even with, senses and stuff, like, touch, and smell and things like that. You're feeling your reaction to you're feeling a reaction by your body. That's what you're feeling. And with emotions, you're feeling your someoneness. That is what you're feeling. You're feeling your sentience. There's no arguing against that. There's no falsifying that. And just because there's no falsifying it doesn't mean that it is pseudoscience. It is literally the truest thing that you know. And they talk about it, and they admit it here. And there's no way to launch. I would say, try and falsify it. But if you can, great, I guess. I don't believe that, but like, publish it or make a video and send it to me. I'm not somebody that's like, publish it in Nature or it's not valid. If you make a logical argument, then it's valid. It doesn't matter if one random person sees it while scrolling their phone on the toilet and you just posted it to your anonymous Reddit. It's like, if what's true is true. It doesn't matter if it came from somebody who has a degree or not, or if it's published in Nature or not. And it doesn't even matter who sees it. That doesn't add to the truth of it. If it's something, especially if it's something fundamental, you can't really falsify the concept that we must assume that the nature of existence is sentience. That you cannot falsify the concept or the idea or the reality, the universal reality for everyone, that the truest thing that we all know is that about the nature of existence is that it is sentient. You can't. And this is what they mean by presuppositionalism. And when I was first describing my theory or my models, before it was a theory of mine, to physics and math PhDs, they were like, is this presuppositionalism? And I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I was like, what is that? And I had to look it up, and this is what it means. Presuppositionalism is a form of apologetics, which I think means like to argue for or to explain, that argues the Christian worldview that is inherently true because it is the only one that can account for the foundational principles of logic, morality, and reality. It essentially begins with the assumption of God's existence and then argues that any other worldview is incoherent. Here's the problem with this definition, is that it says here, like, the Christian worldview. This has nothing, I'm not going to say it has nothing to do with Christianity, but it's not uniquely Christian. It is just that you cannot argue against the observation that information exists, which means there is an informing structure, at least, and an informed structure, which is like someone, which really all this is arguing for is that someone exists, okay? Which is exactly what I talk about in the Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide. Is that it basically is saying that the concept that someone exists is the most foundational concept that one can hold, and it is entirely critical and to the existence of logic and information itself. Like, there's no information if someone doesn't exist. And it's saying here, no morality, no reality. Like, I will just say there's no information if someone doesn't exist. And that's kind of an abstract idea. It's not the best argument for God. The best argument for God is existence is one, because there's only one existence. And so there you have a quanta, a quantity. That's where that word comes from. It doesn't come from physics. It just means quantity. It means one. Something distinct, a distinct structure or unit. And then what is its nature? What is the nature of existence? You have to assume that it is sentience. Like, at least sentience. There's no way for you to argue against it. You'd have to argue against your own existence, and that's self-defeating. That's not pseudoscience at all. Like, if your people will say that's just pseudoscience, that's just presuppositionalism, I don't care what you call it. Give me an argument as to why that argument is incoherent, and why that concept would therefore be false. Like, that's all you have to do. It doesn't help anybody to say, oh, that's pseudoscience and presuppositionalism is Christian and it's just pseudoscience. I don't care whether or not it's aligned with Christianity or aligned with Judaism or aligned with Hinduism or Buddhism or whatever. I don't care. And neither should you, right? At least initially, like with this, that's a personal journey for you, but that's not like we can all just, that has nothing to do with the realization that you must assume that the nature of existence is at least sentient. Like, that is a universal thing. And if you don't realize that, then there is no you. So I will just say, saying that the CTMU's arguments for its assumptions or its claims, or sentient singularity theory for that matter, or any monotheistic tradition for that matter, labeling these things or saying that, oh, that's just that, it's not an argument. Like, that's not the point. The point is it logically coherent or is it incoherent? And if you have a logical, and if you think that I'm wrong, what you have to do is you can't just, you have to make a logical argument from first principles as to why sentience should not be assumed to be the fundamental nature of existence. Good luck. Good luck. You're going to say, well, that this pen isn't sentient. You might be right about that. I think that this pen is not sentient. I do not believe that this is a sentient being. The molecules and atoms in it, maybe, but the pen itself, no. It's just an observation by a being. It's a thing that's defined and then observed by a being. You can't define this without a word for it. Like I was saying earlier, they had no view of maintenance in Emo language because there's no word for it. And if there's no word for wheel, you're not going to even see the wheel of a car. Like, you're just going to think of it as, this is a car. There's no separation of wheel in your conceptualization if you have no term for it. And so this is just kind of something that you have to realize is kind of governing your judgment of the nature of this. And you don't even know whether or not your siblings and parents and family or dog is sentient. You assume that they are, and I think that they are, but we don't really know because you can't get a first-person view of the internal experience of someone else. But you do have a first-person view of the internal experience of you, which means that you have a primary understanding or a first-person understanding of the nature of existence. Like, it's the truest thing that you know. Like, there's no arguing against it, I don't think. But good luck. Do it in the comments. Let me look, and then we'll go to the next clips. Oh my gosh, it's blowing up, guys. Sentience is one emergent resonance within the broader coherence field, not fundamental. Why? Why do you think that? I want to know the argument for that. I really mean that. Like, if you think that you have a logical argument for that, go for it. But you can't know whether or not this pen is sentient, and you can't know whether or not your dog is sentient, but you do know that you're sentient. And if you don't know whether or not this pen or whether or not your dog is sentient, then you don't know that they're not sentient. You have no idea if sentience is, you have no, I'm not even going to say that. You have no way of not first assuming always that the nature of existence is at least sentience, because it is the truest thing that you know. Everything else that you know is only because of that. That's what the whole argument of presuppositionalism is like centered around. But it's not, I have not found like Christian apologists or religious, I get people who come from these theological traditions as being like the best at arguing for God. I talked about this last week, I think, I don't think that it's a good argument to make that, the fine-tuning hypothesis is not a good argument for God compared to like other arguments that are much, much stronger. In fact, like almost unbreakably strong, which is like the truest thing that you know is that existence is at least sentient. And you also logically must, by definition, understand that there's only one existence. So there's one existence and its nature is at least sentient. There's no way to not think that. What people don't do is they don't realize that when you're trying to understand fundamental reality, you have to take the logic of thought into account itself, the logic of reasoning into account itself. You have to consider that. And that's why I try and say the truest thing that you know, instead of like, this is true, mind-independent reality, this, you know, that sentience is emergent. It's like that it goes against your sense making, your mental structure and process. Like mind is a structure / process that, you know, you have to consider as part of this whole thing when you are looking at fundamental reality. You can't be like, oh, I'm looking for fundamental reality, but I'm not going to consider the truest thing that I know as part of it. Well, that makes no sense, but they do it here. I'm going to look for your argument, and then I'm going to get to the next clip. If this makes sense, let me know. If you think it's nonsense, let me know, and you know, we'll do our best together. Phase locking across scales. Rather than sentience alone, existence is at its root seems to be a self-organizing, meaning it has a self. You said it, and you might say, that's not what I mean. Then say it without saying that and see if you can do it. This is what you have to deal with when you're looking at fundamental reality. And you can only understand this, and I talk about this in Theories of Everything on the How-To Guide, is you only realize these constraints and these like quirks and these considerations when you make an honest and humble and rigorous attempt to understand existence and understanding itself truly from first principles, like with no other assumptions in place. Like, and there's one assumption that you can't avoid when you get rid of all other assumptions: yourself, your own existence, which tells you something about the nature of existence, like that you have to assume. So when I say like I don't say existence. I try not to just say existence is sentient in nature, fact. I try and say the truest thing that you know is that existence is at least sentient, and therefore you must assume that its existence, that is the nature of existence, that is a nature of existence, at least. At least. Maybe there's additional, you know, aspects of the nature of existence, but like at least it's sentient. And if that's true, then what else matters when we're in terms of defining something as a being? A being is sentient. It is a mind. A mind is a being, and you are a mind. You have a brain. And like mind is like it's a structure / process. It's like this dualistically defined structure. It's not just / process. It's not just a structure. It's not just a process. It's kind of an action, but it's more than that. But it's a structure / process. There's other ways of saying it, but like it's eventually you get to a point where it's so fundamental that you just can't really reduce it much more and give enough context to still have it be its definition be meaningful. But to say it's a structure / process all the time. And you can only look at one at a time, one side of that coin at a time, just like you can only look at one side of a coin at a time. You can't, a coin is always heads and tails, but you can only look at one at a time. Same thing with understanding mind. It's like it is a structure / process. So these terms are very important and terminology is so important because, like I said, it constrains, it frames your constraints and degrees of freedom in terms of your abstraction abilities, like thinking about maintenance, or considering the fundamental nature of reality. It's like you have to get the terms right, and that's why I usually try and pick terms that are universally as universally understandable as possible, and it's not an argument against them just because like they are also used specifically by some traditions or in some fields. Like quantum is not just a physics term. It is from the term quantity. That's what it's about. Physics took the term quanta. It didn't create it. And so presuppositionalism is not Christian. It is the argument, if you look at the word, it means to presuppose something. What is that something that you must presuppose? That someone exists, because otherwise you can't suppose anything without presupposing that someone exists. You do this always anyways, naturally, whenever you are actually doing anything coherently or considering anything coherently, you always presuppose your own existence. It's like imagine if you didn't believe that you existed and then you tried to do anything. You wouldn't be able to orient there. You wouldn't be able to pick a goal or orient within any system, physical or otherwise. It's just the term presuppositionalism. Maybe it's right. Maybe it's just coherent and constantly confirmable and unfalsifiable, which is not a good enough. It's not good. Just because something's not falsifiable does not mean that it is always true. But if something is constantly confirmable because it's always true, then it is unfalsifiable. There are some things that are just unfalsifiable because it's a stupid question or a bad question, which means that, like an incoherent question, like a question that makes assumptions that is not consistent with what is true. We all do that all the time with things. We just know, you don't realize it, otherwise you wouldn't do it. And it's not my God, by the way. If sentience is fundamental nature of existence, or if you must assume that sentience is at least the nature of existence, and that it is coherent to understand existence as inclusive of all that exists, and therefore only one existence existing, then that's your God too, man. That's everybody's God. That's not my God. That's the God. Sentience is fundamental claims that consciousness exists at every level of reality. No, it doesn't. I don't even know what you mean by every level of reality. I don't believe that this pen is sentient, and sentient singularity theory does not suppose this either. There's a periodicity of sentience in sentient singularity theory, which you can go to my website and see it, or I will also just show you that periodicity now. But there's a chain of sentience, and that you as a sentient being can look at these chains everywhere, and these quantities, these chains of quantities of quanta, which just means quantity, like a fundamental quantity. Which, if sentience is fundamental nature, then like these sentient beings everywhere that are interacting and nested and organized into like a web of chains, I guess, and there are, depending on how you're looking at it and what your goal is, you can see structures that are not sentient. Like my goal is with this, when I grab this, is to write. Like, and that's why I define it as a pen. Like it's, if I didn't know what this did and nobody ever told me why, this was created, then, and I picked it up and it was just like used for, I don't know, like stabbing fruit or something. I don't know what you would use this for otherwise. Defense, self-defense. Then it's not a writing implement anymore, or not even anymore. It's just not. Like, it's not a pen. It's a dagger at that point. Right? Like, this is, you can't say that rocks exist more fundamentally than you. You're the definer of rocks. Like, you can say, oh, rocks pre-existed me, but that's not what you still know more truly than you know anything else that sentience, that existence is at least sentient. That it is the truest thing that you know. Like, that is not disproven by the even the idea that like rocks existed before you, but they didn't exist before someone, because someone defined them as rocks. And also in Sentient Singularity Theory, at least, there is a periodicity of sentience that is this. So like these would be the sentient beings, not a pen and a rock and, a cloud. It's like, no, hadron and an atom and a molecule and a cell and an organism and a family and a caste and technological singularity, essentially, or technological sentience, which is a universe, and then it like repeats within itself. And there's logical reasons why this is the case, and I make them all the time. I'm not going to get into that process right now, but you can. I'm just providing this as an example. You don't have to believe that this periodicity that I'm proposing is correct, but I'm showing it as an example of that there could be a structure where sentience is everywhere, or there is a fundamental structure that is, composed of sentient beings that doesn't necessitate that pens are sentient. This is like the main problem with panpsychism, is like people be like, well, then is this pen conscious? And it's like, well, it's not conscious the way that we're conscious. No, it's not. It's not sentient, according to my model, at least. But maybe it is, but I don't think so. But the point is that the truest thing that you know is that existence is at least sentient in nature. That isn't changed by any like ideas that that have about, structures prior to what you assume to be sentient. Because if you say, well, atoms existed prior to like cells, if we even are going to grant that cells are sentient, like atoms existed first. I'm saying that I believe atoms are sentient, but even if you don't believe that atoms specifically are sentient, then you still have to admit that sentience is the truest thing that you know, and that there might be another sentient structure there that we're just missing, and like existence itself, at least. So I'm trying to explain this as logically as possible, but like, this is the point. It's like, you can say, well, things existed before people that you assume are not sentient, like atoms, but or before animals or whatever, wherever you draw the line where you think sentience is. But the thing is that, like I said before, I don't actually know whether or not this pen is sentient or not. There's many reasons why I think it's not. And I don't actually know whether or not my daughter is sentient. There's many reasons why I think she is, but I don't know. And so if I can't know whether or not this pen is sentient or not, or whether or not my daughter is sentient or not, you can't know whether or not atoms are sentient or not. All you can know, as the truest thing that you do know, is that sentience is sentience exists. That existence itself is at least sentient. Like, that is the truest thing that you know, is that someone exists. And you know, where, like, how you view it, you know, like the whole like wheel, you can't see a wheel if you don't have a term for wheel. And what if we don't have the right term to even be able to frame in our minds conceptually the structure that we would want to think about as far as where to look for evidence of sentience, you know, beyond cells. Maybe there is a structure that we don't have a term for, and it's not atoms and it's not molecules, but like if you got it, then you'd be able to actually define the boundaries of that structure, and then you'd be able to look at it and make an observation, and then you could actually see evidence of sentience existing prior to cells, or in structures that are more appear to be more fundamental than cells. But none of that, you know, matters as much as just the truest thing that you know is that existence is at least sentient. You're assuming that clouds are not sentient. You don't know. I don't think they're sentient, but you don't know. So you don't know if I'm sentient. If you can't know whether or not I'm sentient, then you can't know that clouds are not. That's my point. And you have to take this stuff into account when you're making these, when you're trying to understand fundamental reality. You have to take into account, what can I know? And what do I just think that I know? What can I never, and what can I never know? You know what you can never know? Whether or not someone else is someone. Whether or not your spouse is actually someone, or whether or not it's just, you know, that there's no one there. It's just like this, I don't know, like illusion in your own mind, or even just some inevitable process that has, you know, no soul and no sentience, that is just taking place before your eyes and just appears to be sentient. You know, it looks like it's you or similar to you in nature, and it looks like it feels and it acts like you, but you don't know whether or not there's anyone home actually, or what is, you know, who is under the hood. Like, you don't know, and you can't, and you have to know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to be talking probably to some philosophy students in the near future. I'll tell more about it after it happens, but and this is an important thing that I'm grateful you guys are here to, like, that I can like work on this with you, because this is like the core point that I am going to be trying to drive home, is like, what must we assume because we can't not know it, you know, like it's because it's self-evident always. That's what I want to say. I'm gonna have to look back at this and rewatch this and write it all down. But what can we know because it is always self-evident, or what must we assume because it is self-evident always, and what can't we know ever? Like, what can we never know definitively? You can never know definitively the internal experience or lack thereof of any other being other than you. But you can't not know your experience. You have to take that into account when you are considering all of this. And that is what they are missing. Like, Dave and oh man, I apologize for forgetting his name. His first name, it's Grayson Hawk. Okay, that was last name. I keep thinking his last name is Grayson, because in the title of Dave's video, it just says Grayson. It doesn't say dunking on Chris Langan with Grayson Hawk. It says dunking on Chris Langan with Grayson. But Dave and Grayson both must realize, if they're going to think about this stuff coherently, or think about anything fundamental coherently, which is really this, is what can I know? What must I assume because it is the truest thing that I know? and or what is the truest thing that I know? What must I assume because of the truest thing that I know? And what can I never know? You know? And they don't do that. They are doing the same thing you are. They're like, well, clouds exist and existed prior to animals, and so sentience is evolved. You don't know whether or not those clouds are sentient or not. We can look for evidence for or against, and I think that there is evidence that they are not. But that's just evidence. There's no proof. And there's no even way to confirm it. It's like beyond just confirmation. It's or proof. It's like or falsifiability. Like the idea that sentience evolved or is emergent or isn't primary, it's not only incoherent with the truest thing that you know and the truest thing that everyone can know, but it's also unfalsifiable. So like you can't even use the normal arguments of science up until now against it. It just can't. And yeah, that's my argument. Let's go to the clips. But if you make the claim about empirical reality that can't be falsified in any way, you are incoherent. This isn't just about empiricism. No, go and falsify the existence of sentience. Go try. I'm not like trying to be a jerk. I mean it. Like, try. If you think that I'm being incoherent, like, go try and make a coherent argument about how you could falsify the idea that that sentience is primary, and also try and make an argument of how you could falsify the idea that sentience is not primary and is emergent. I don't think you could do it either way. But I do think that that the truest thing that you know is that that existence is at least sentient in nature. When something can't be measured by a ruler, we map its effects via proxies, identify patterns across scales, formulate testable hypotheses, then iteratively falsify and refine until the immeasurable coheres as emergent, empirically anchored field. And where in this, I mean, is there something more empirically anchored than existence, as far as you know, is at least sentient? Is there anything more anchored in what you know, or what you can know, or what you must assume because it's the truest thing that you know? Because there is no you to know anything else if that's not true. Like, I don't see how there's any way to argue against that. And I understand that this is not consistent with what we are taught in school about what is assumed by science, which, by the way, science doesn't make any of these assumptions that we think that it does about sentience intrinsically. Like, the scientific endeavor, which is the pursuit of truth in a collectivistic and I guess logically coherent and externalized experimental way throughout society, through the course of civilization, was theistic until like less than 100 years ago. So the idea that like they're going to get to it, but they say things like, well, science as an endeavor to understand and describe mind-independent reality has been wildly successful. Like, what? Since when has science ever been mind independent? Like, it's never been mind independent. And they'll say, well, no, but reality, mind independent reality. We're trying to understand mind independent reality. if you're trying to understand the fundamental, there's no distinction here anymore. Like you're trying to, if you define it as mind, you're just trying to understand reality. You're trying to understand existence is a better term than reality. I hate the term reality. It's too vague and it has multiple meanings. It's like consciousness. Like sentience is a good term, not consciousness. Existence is a good term, not reality. Like it's a much better terms. And it allows you to think about these things much more clearly. Like if you're like, oh, we need to understand reality, that's not actually a clear goal. Like what is reality? If you say we need to understand existence, it's like a little bit more defined. Just that little bit makes a huge difference. Just like sentience versus consciousness. It's like, what is consciousness? Can you be conscious without being sentient? It's vague, and everybody admits that we don't have a universal definition, but nobody disputes that we have the idea that we have basically a universal definition of sentience, and kind of a universal definition of like existence. It's kind of like self-evident, which is noteworthy. Proxies like myth, ritual, awe, love, recursion, pattern, emergence, symbolic, coherence, fields mistaken for external agents. I'm not mistaking any of those things for external agents. You are assuming that I and anyone with a theistic, proposal mistake those for external agents. It's just like last week when I was going over Lee Cronin talk on Julian Dory's podcast. Julian asked Lee, do you believe in God? And Lee said, I believe in, I think he said, I believe in awe, or like, I believe in, was it, you said it. Something like that. I believe in awe, or like, I believe in wonder. He said, I believe in wonder. That's what he said. It's like, I don't think love and wonder and awe and ritual and myth and these are not, I'm not using those terms at all in this. I'm saying existence, as far as you know, is at least sentient. That's it. That's all I'm saying. There's no other, I didn't use any of those terms that you did. So you need to kind of like take all this baggage. And I had to do this too, as somebody who came from a secular atheistic family and who was like Mr. Science my entire life, and never had considered the possibility of God as a logical idea, because my conceptualization of God was just, if God existed, that means like my interpretation of the Bible is true. And if you already think the Bible's nonsense, then you should definitely not assume that the God that would make your ideas that are obvious, your conceptualization of something that appears to obviously be nonsense, true. I think that what's actually happening is that people who don't take scripture seriously stopped their learning about it in like 5th grade. It's like you believed in the tooth fairy in 5th grade. Okay, like there's also a grown-up version of like what happens to a tooth when it gets placed under your pillow, and like then you wake up with a dollar underneath or a quarter or whatever. But if you're little, like then there's a very like myth involved in it. I'm not talking about myths at all, and I will say there's a grown-up and very like rigorous and scholarly way to approach scripture, but I'm not even going to argue for any specific scriptures. I'm just going to say that existence, as far as you know, is at least sentient. That's it. Claiming that Wolfram's theory means we can't even justify quantities is a category error cloaked in philosophical theatrics. I didn't say that. What I said is that Wolfram said that fundamentally, you can't look for falsifiability. You have to look for continuous confirmation. That is what I said Wolfram said. And it's true. He's right. Wolfram is definitely coming closer and closer to basically making the same claims as Sentient Singularity Theory. I called years ago that, and there's videos of it. I'm not just saying this. There's many years of videos of me saying this, going back, saying that Wolfram basically saying exactly what he says is that the laws of physics that we observe are we observe the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are. He's saying there is basically exactly what I'm saying too, is that, you have to take your own constraints and degrees of freedom and your own nature into account when you are thinking about the nature and structure and processes of existence beyond you. You have to. And he's right. I mean, he's not quite there yet. He's not quite at Sentient Singularity Theory, but he less than a year ago started calling his theory observer theory and said exactly what I had been saying for years, which is that we observe the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are. There's something about the structure of mind that is what creates the manifold of differentiation and causation that we perceive and conceive of. And that is just intrinsically inevitable. And it should be, the logic behind that should be obvious if you think about it, because of course you're going to see the structures of mind in anything, in any observation or conceptualization that the mind makes, right? Of course that's the case. And Wolfram admits that now. And he's, he says, oh, there's atoms of space. Here's another just prediction. These atoms of space that he's looking for, they're the observers. They are the beings. They are sentient singularities. They are sentient beings. Those are the atoms of space that he's looking for. They're not very, very small. They are, it's beyond size is what matters here. It's about nodes in a network and their relationships. And he's starting to say this. That's not a misinterpretation. It's a bit of a prediction, but it's also, based in his own current assumptions. If you know his work, then you do know that. But I'm not arguing against what you said there, but I didn't make an argument that you're saying. What comes before anything in any endeavor to claim 1 out of 0? In an endeavor to claim 1 out of 0. I don't know. There's no 0 in fundamental reality. There's just, you start at 1. There's just existence. Existence always existed. It cannot not exist. And there's nothing outside of existence because that would be non-existent. One existence. There's no, how did something come from nothing? That's not the right question. It's because you're not presupposing someone. And you have to make sense. Otherwise, you just will endlessly ask, how did something come from nothing? Or you will be like Lee Cronin and say, I don't believe something came from nothing, but I have no explanation for something. But I don't believe that it came from, a sentient being. And then therefore, but I don't have an argument for or against that. That's basically what he said in the interview that he did, that I went over last week. And it's like, okay, well, and then he started making an argument that religion was just a tool of control, which is, I guarantee you, I don't want to make assumption, but I wouldn't be surprised if Dave and Grayson would agree with that. But that's not the point. Even if it is, that's not the point. That doesn't mean that existence, that isn't fundamentally sentient in nature just because religion is used as a means of control by people. Of course it is. That doesn't make it even not true. You could be a Christian and still understand that people use religion and Christianity as a means of control for people. That doesn't even have anything to do with it being true. It's not an argument for or against it, or at least not against it. But I'm not going to make an argument for or against any religion or specific theological tradition in this stream. I'm just saying existence, as far as you must assume, is at least sentient. You must assume it because it's the truest thing that you know. this is a word salad. It's not. It's not. What is the truest thing that you know? This is all I'm going to ask. What is your answer to that? It's that simple. I'm going around in circles trying to make it, explain it in different ways, and maybe that's making a word salad. But just simplify it to this. What is the truest thing that I know? And answer that. Like, that's the first question that you have to really really internalize and externalize before you can actually start contextualizing your endeavor at truth, at gaining the truth of anything else beyond that. You need a foundation to build on. What is that foundation? Well, maybe that logic, all logic must be built on a foundation, a null assumption. What is that foundational assumption? Well, it should probably be the truest thing that you know. That's not a word salad. It's not. It's just inevitable. The sentience's fundamental claim is fallacious and used as an explanatory stopgap because it commits the begging the question fallacy. It assumes what it needs to prove. No. You are constant confirmation of sentience, of the existence of sentience. This, I don't know even how to make sense of exactly what you're stating there. Declaring, I don't know if that's a word or if you made a mistake. Sentience as fundamental offers no mechanism, no falsifiability, and no predictive powers. I already said it's not falsifiable. It is inevitably constantly confirmable, though, and that's the point. It's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not arguing against what you're saying there when you say, "Oh, it's not falsifiable." I know, but neither is the opposite assumption. You can't falsify the idea that that sentience is emergent and not fundamental. I mean, but what you can do is you can know that the truest thing that you know is that sentience exists, and therefore it must be assumed. Existence must be assumed to be at least sentient. That you must assume. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about falsifiability other than I specifically said we're past that. It's for so many reasons. And also anything that is true everywhere is not falsifiable. And anywhere that you look, sentience is going to exist because at least you exist, and you are sentient. So even if the world or the thing that you're looking at is not sentient, that's not the point. You can't falsify or prove the existence of sentience. You yourself, as an observer, as a thinker, as an experimentalist, are constant confirmation of the existence of sentience. That isn't word salad. And if you deny that, you will your house that you construct will be a house of cards, your logical house, and without any foundation. You need a foundation to build logic on. If you're going to approach something from first principles, you should, and it's something that's a really fundamental thing, especially the most fundamental thing. What is existence? What is the fundamental nature of existence? You have to get so fundamental in your first principles approach to what is fundamental that you have to ask yourself, what is the truest thing that I know, to start, and use that as the foundation. And you always have to use that as a foundation. You do use that as a foundation. Anytime you do anything, you go drive a car, you go grab some food, you argue with me on the internet, you are assuming you exist. I don't even want to know what happens when you really, really internalize the idea that you don't. Maybe you probably cease to exist, if that's even possible. How to be an obstacle to Saturnic. I don't know what that means. In the end, we self-perceiving, self-inventing, locked-in mirages are little miracles of self-reference. Douglas Hofstadter. I like that. Nice. It sounds nice. And it's not. There's a lot of truth in it. I don't like the term mirage when we say, like, in the end, we are a mirage. We are not a mirage. Like, maybe your body. Like, when I hear mirage, I think, like, it's like an illusion. It's like when people say consciousness is an illusion. It's like if sentience is a mirage, then it's the same as saying consciousness. It comes off to me as the same as saying consciousness is an illusion. But the rest of that quote doesn't seem to actually imply that that's what he meant. But I'm not going to disagree with it or agree with it. I like it. No external validation required. This is falsifiable by demonstrating a state of recursive symbolic coherence, emerging without subjective resonance, or showing that qualia-like phenomena can be fully explained and predicted by non-recursive. Who's going to predict the qualia? Like, who's defining the qualia? I don't think that you're correct. I think that doesn't work. Nathan, slow down. Use small words. I am stupid and don't follow. Nathan, start from the beginning. What's the truest thing that you know, Nathan? Answer it in the comments. I want to know. That's what I want to know. I don't want to know. Then I'll talk with you after that about, like, how non-recursive externally validated mechanism processes without any self-modeling, internal contradiction resolution, or cross-feedback stabilization is, like, relevant to this. But I would just want to know first, like, what is the truest thing that you know? You feel like I'm making choices with you. Okay. Emotions are your brain's coherence response, not proof nature itself is sentient. That's a category error. Emotions are your brain's coherence response. Okay. I would say that they are your mind's coherence response. Actually, like, I would say that it's not your brain's coherence response. You are a mind. You have a brain. You are understanding and internalizing and contextualizing and cohering information within the context of yourself whenever you feel an emotion. And you yourself are not a brain. You are a mind. None of that is about the context of your brain. It is about the context of you. And so I would say mind, not brain. To say brain is actually to make certain assumptions about the nature of existence that I think are incoherent with the truest thing that you can know. So that's why the words matter. It's like, you are a mind, you have a brain. That's what I will say. And I think that allows for you to build coherently. And if you say mind and brain are the same thing, then, like, I don't know, like, what, then that's fine, but, like, then we don't need both words. But Sarah Walker talks about this and how she uses the two terms interchangeably, and that's because of how our science has, like, framed the fundamental nature of reality in how it teaches, what it teaches us in school. But what you're not learning in school is how to think logically from the first principle that you can assume. You're not even told the correct, not even Descartes is as fundamentally true, his statement is as fundamentally true as we need to be, which is, I feel, therefore I am. Not I think, therefore I am. You could say, I can think, therefore I am, because only sentient beings can think. But that would be a truer statement than I think, therefore I am, is I can think, therefore I am. But even more fundamentally true than that is I feel, therefore I am. Because the reason why it's more fundamentally true is because it is the constant truth. Whereas, like I said earlier, thinking is an action that it's not something you just are constantly doing. It's something that you have to choose to do and know how to do. And it's not taught to you in school, actually. Okay. Just a few examples. Bacteria, plants, immune systems, weather systems, ant colonies, fungi, network, CRISPR, Cas9 systems, neural organoids, planetary orbits, slime molds, genetic algorithms. Sentience is falsifiable as fundamental if non-sentient systems show full function without self-modeling. You're assuming we're not inside of a sentient being. And you can't assume that yet, and you can't know it. Like, you can't falsify that idea. Imagine a cell tried to falsify the existence of a human being. Like, one of your blood cells turned to the other one and was like, I'm going to make the argument that humans don't exist. And the other cell says, well, what's your argument? And then the cell says, because hearts beat on their own, absent any sentient being. And it's like, or that there's blood flow, absent any sentient being. It's like, well, heart is made of cells, and so I don't know. They would look at a heart, and it would look more like a company to them. Like you can't look at a company and say it's a mind independent or someone independent system. But like you're not. But recognizing that, or taking into account the possibility that you might be inside a sentient being. And the thing is that if you want to think about this, Nathan, like honestly, you have to actually assume we are inside a sentient being and then look for evidence of that. You can't just say, well, I don't see evidence of a sentient being pushing the clouds across the sky. And it's like, well, there's a weather system going on inside your body right now. And your cells don't see anyone pushing anything specifically in their world, that weather system throughout their world, but it's there. And that, can't be denied by you. You have to recognize the boundaries of your ability of the things that you can possibly know for sure, which is one of them is the sentience of other beings. You can't even know if a cloud is sentient or not. I don't think it is, but that's even more complicated by if you want to think about this and your default assumption is that sentience is not fundamental. Now assume it is and assume you're inside of a single sentient being. Then think about that. Like, assume you're a cell inside of a human. Is there then go look for evidence of that? You can't just say that your current conceptualization is valid evidence of the fact that of the falsifiability of like some fundamental claim. Like, you have to actually assume the opposite of your default assumption is true and look for evidence of it. But because then if you place it into that context and you're a cell inside a body, then what you just said about weather systems and CRISPR-Cas9 systems and a bunch of other systems that you think are completely independent of any kind of creator or conceiver or perceiver or sustaining motivator, like, they are not valid arguments anymore. They're just not. I don't think so, at least. And if you think they are, then you have to argue from that. But like, you can't just be like, make those arguments that you made, because you're making a lot of claims that you can't prove, and you're ignoring what is the truest thing that I know. I want you to answer in the comments. What is the truest thing that you know, Nathan? Let's start there. That's what I want to know. What's the truest thing that you know? And we'll take it from there. Maybe I'm wrong, and you can help me guide me through it. I'm willing to like entertain that, but first we need to know what is the truest thing that you know, no matter what. And also, if you're going to want to actually think about whether or not you're inside of a sentient being, like, you have to assume that you are and look for evidence of that first. You can't just look for evidence of your default assumption. That's not thinking. You're tricking yourself into feeling like you're thinking, but you're not. Definitions are tools, not truths. I agree. Emotions are brain bound, not body bound. No. You're already in the incorrect context, in a context that I'm not operating in. That's what I'll say. I don't want to say an incorrect context. You're already in a context that I'm not operating in. If you're saying brain versus body, I'm not thinking about brain versus body. You are a mind. Everything about you is part of your mind. My desk is part of my mind. It is part of my mind because, and I clear it every time before stream. Before this stream, I cleaned it up because guess what? I can't think very clearly if it's very cluttered. Your planner is part of your mind, unless you don't fill it out like I didn't fill it out today. But if you fill it out, you use it, it's part of your mind. Your phone is part of your mind. A calculator that you use is part of your mind. As soon as you incorporate some structure into the process of achieving a personal goal, it becomes part of you, and you are a mind. We're not talking about bodies versus brains. A brain is an organ that is a bodily structure, and I am not thinking about structures in that context. Fundamental theories are not contextualized within relativistic contexts. And relativistic contexts are physicality. That's what anything that's relativistic is not fundamental, and anything that is physically observed as like a bodily form that you describe or understand based on size or strength or speed or brightness even, or hardness, like these are all only contextualizable in a spectrum that is understood in a relativistic materialistic context. And we're trying to get not physics. That's not what a fundamental theory is. People are wrong about this. They think a fundamental theory is a theory of physics. No, a fundamental theory is a theory that explains physics. Physics is a theory that explains chemistry. Chemistry is a theory that explains biology. Biology is a theory that explains sociology. Or genealogy, I would say, probably even more. And then genealogy is the context that explains sociology. It's like, but physics cannot be contextualized within a more fundamental physics theory. Like, there's just physics. And then we need a theory that explains physics. What is the context of physics? Well, context of physics is the context of your understanding of physics. As Stephen Wolfram would say, is that we observe the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are. What is that context? What does that mean contextually? It means the context of the structures that we physically observe and the laws of physics that we can observe are defined by and caused by mental structures, mind. Like, that's what Wolfram's statement there implies. It absolutely does. That's not like a mischaracterization either. It's a logical extrapolation. Tyler, my argument does not assume that, oh man, you are not inside a sentient being. It simply holds commitment that metaphysical claim, unless it meets criteria like falsifiability, coherence across scales, predictive unity. I do think it has predictive unity, predictive ability. Your argument from ignorance is not convincing. It's Nathan, what is the truest thing that you know? That's all I'm going to say. And I think that you should answer it in the comments. But let's get to the next clips, because I appreciate everybody's engagement. I love it. But I also want to go to the next clip, and then we can continue with the chat. But everybody who's watching, answer in the comments. What is the truest thing that you know? Absolutely. The truest thing that you know. Answer it in the comments. And then we'll talk about it. I will go over everybody's answer if they do that. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to look for a clip that doesn't go over everything that we just went over. Okay, let's do this one. So I have a lot of clips, but we basically can skip a lot because we just had an entire debate about everything there. But presuppositionalism, the fact that something may be presuppositionalism, which, like, when I say presuppositionalism, I don't mean like in the context of Christianity, Christian apologetics. I mean, look at the term. And what does the term mean? To presuppose. Like, presuppose the existence of someone. That just because something presupposes the existence of someone does not mean that's not an argument that it's false. Or pseudoscientific, which really just means false. That's how he's using that term. It just means false. Like, you don't need to say pseudoscience. Like, you don't even need to say science. You can say true, false, coherent, incoherent. Done. Trying not to turn this into a word salad. And that means, like, I have to place it into that context, not like try and place it into the context of relativistic, into a relativistic context. Then it will turn into a word salad that's probably incoherent. So I have to watch myself even. But here. This clip.
From there. Wait. Sorry. This is actually a good question. It was after this that he does the thing I was saying. My bad. Mm-hmm. This is a good question. He said, "What's the first thing?"
Break it down, big boy.
Okay. Well, the theory is developed by a means called logical induction. You start with, you've heard of Descartes, cogito ergo sum, right? Cogito ergo sum, which is I think, therefore I am. And you've heard of Berkeley's esse percipi. Okay, which is basically to be is to be perceived or to perceive. Right? You start with perception and cognition. Then you develop the minimal model of how cognition and perception work. Then you induce an overall system that works by those processes.
Okay, so that was his explanation for how he derives the CTMU. So he starts with Descartes, the cogito, I think, therefore I am. And with Berkeley, who was like a philosopher in the 1700s, who had like basically this argument for idealism, right? That all of the normal objects that we interact with or know are ideas that we're interacting with in our head. And like basically saying that in order for something to exist, for something to be real, it must be perceived or it must perceive. So it's like an argument for idealism from, again, the 1700s. Mm-hmm. And in order for Chris to even begin with the CTMU, both of those arguments have to be true. Like, you have to just take those as granted that they are the case, that is true, mm-hmm. which obviously have huge problems with, because most contemporary philosophers do not accept the validity of Berkeley's argument.
Mm-hmm. But also, yeah, right, of course. I mean, prior to the evolution of sentience, there were objects that were not being perceived, right? So, yeah. But
that is an assumption that cannot be proven or falsified, and it is so it is just as empty as he thinks that the opposite is. So I don't know. Like, that's not an argument. He is assuming something that is so much more logically. It is so much more constructed already. And I don't mean constructed as in coherently constructed and perfect. I mean, like, you have to assume so many things to assume that sentience evolved and didn't always exist, and that things existed prior to the evolution of sentience. You have to assume so many things, so many more things than you have to assume and understand in order to start from what Chris's starting places were, which is that, you know, Descartes' I think, therefore I am. And what's the other guy's name? Argument for idealism is that to be is to, for something to be, it must be perceived, essentially. I think that I actually don't like the way that either of these arguments are being made, even though I do agree with what they are stating, which is that, the same exact conclusions that come from when you ask the question, what is the truest thing that I know? Like, that's a much simpler way of getting at this, is you have to start with a question that is framing, that is universally framing, in fact, that is fundamentally and universally and totally framing of every single other assumption that you ever will make, and every other thought that you think, and is totally consistent with your firsthand experience, constant firsthand experience, even. And the answer is I am. Like, the truest thing that I know is that I am, which really also means, like, the truest thing that I can know about the nature of existence is that it is at least sentient. Like, that's much more coherent than the whole, like, Berkeley argument, I think, even though I think that the conclusions that it leads to are basically accurate, but it's like it's like self-proving statement, but is kind of worded in a third-person way, which you can't do that if you're going to start a logical, I guess, line of thinking that is entirely coherent and completely fundamental. You have to start from the person making the line of thinking, which is you. And so you say, what is the truest thing that I can know? So it starts with you, and the answer is I am. But it's, whereas, like, even Descartes' argument of, like, I think therefore I am, it gets you to this correct idea, but it's actually, like, I don't think it's as true of a statement, as fundamentally true of a statement. I don't want to say it's true, because it is true, but it is, because if you can think, then you are, like, you are a being, a sentient being. But even if you're not thinking at the time and you're feeling, like, then, because you're thinking and feeling are not separate. You always feel and you can think. But because of that, it's just feeling is more fundamental. So there's part of the problem with this is, for one, I don't know how contemporary philosophers disagree with, like, Berkeley's argument. I think that's the guy's name, for idealism. I don't think that you can really argue against, like, idealism, but I just think that it's not as fundamentally true as you can get. So I don't like the term idealism at all. Like, that that existence is fundamentally ideas is false. It's more fundamentally ideas than it is like grains of sand, but because a grain of sand is an idea, it's just kind of like, it's not even that's not even true, because, like, a grain of sand is an idea, but it's that it's just it's not fundamental. Like, what ideas are not fundamental. Ideas exist in a specific context that pre-exists those ideas. which is what a mind, like a sentient being. Like sentient beings have ideas. There's no ideas outside of sentient beings. So why would you call fundamental theory idealism? I think it's an attempt to like sneak theism past yourself or past like the academy right now. And there's no need to do that. Like, just say what is true. Idealism, for the core assumption of idealism to be true, it means that the fundamental nature of existence is sentience, not ideas. But, you know, I'm going to talk more about this when I go over sentient singularity theory in kind of like a coherent way, for starting from the beginning, but next week, or I try to. This, though, I just don't like the name idealism. The name of a fundamental theory needs to say, and I talked about this in the Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide, it can't just be anything. It has to be a description, a reduced description of the assumptions that are, or the fundamental nature / structure that is being proposed by the theory. Nature / structure, I guess, / process that is being proposed by the theory. Like, you need to reduce it down to like a small description. And idealism doesn't accurately do that. It misses the mark on that, which makes it not ideal, ironically. But I don't understand why why the fact that that Chris Langan's arguments are from the 1700s, or from people who are, existed in the 1700s, that has anything to do with how we should judge them, or even whether or not the majority of the of contemporary philosophers would disagree with Berkeley's hypothesis or whatever. That's not an argument. Like, there's many instances in history in which the majority of people are wrong. What we need to try and do is figure out what is true and what is false, and what we can know and what we can't know, and what is coherent and what is not. What is the truest thing that you know, Nathan? Did you answer? Did everybody answer in the chat? I hope so. Like, that's what we need to start with. And if you don't want to answer in the chat, no matter who you are, I'm not just talking to you, Nathan, but if anybody doesn't want to answer in the chat, that is telling. I don't know what it's telling of, but it's telling that you're evading it for some reason. And I don't know what that reason is. You can, like, there should be no reason to try and evade answering the question, what is the truest thing that I know? In fact, like, that is the last thing that you ever want to try and evade answering, is what is the truest thing that I know. And if you do evade it in the chat, like, I don't want to make assumptions about your motivations, but it's hard not to assume that it's because you're afraid that of what it implies. Like, and I'm like I said, I'm not saying that is your motivation. I'm saying that it's hard for me not to assume that, and I'm trying to not assume it, but you should also just try and answer the question. Okay. So, and this is they're not, by the way, they're not making any arguments against that are logically coherent, that are against the Descartes' hypothesis or Berkeley's arguments. They're just framing them as motivated by people with a religious agenda, which I have no religious agenda. I do not care what your religion is, whether or not you read the scriptures, which scriptures you read. That is not my concern. And I have zero agenda as far as theological traditions go, or religion. I have my own beliefs, and that's it. But what is the truest thing that you believe? That's what I want to know. That getting people to think about that and then internalize it and then externalize it, that's my agenda. Which, why is that bad? Like, shouldn't you want to understand yourself and the world? But this is why they're mad about it.
Here's the thing, right? In order for Berkeley's argument to be true, right? In order for all ordinary objects to be mental objects, therefore anything that exists must be perceived, therefore the universe exists, therefore God must exist to perceive it. That's the argument, basically. It's in order for Berkeley's first two premises to be true, God has to exist. So either you see, hey, actually, I don't really have a reason to accept Berkeley's first two premises, and I can reject these premises based on things like intersubjectivity, the successful track record of scientific realism, the entire existence of neuroscience as a field, like all of these things would allow us to reject Berkeley's premises. But no, in order for those premises, those have to be true.
No, they wouldn't at all. They absolutely would not at all. His definition of scientific realism is incoherent, and we'll get to it.
Therefore, God has to exist. That's all of that is contained within Berkeley's original argument. But Chris is literally just making the exact same argument based on the exact same sets of metaphysical assumptions, but he's just changing all the words around and obscuring it with all of this like complex jargon.
He's taking what would be a somewhat valid discussion in a sophomore year philosophy class, right? This could be a conversation between a student and a professor in a class, and he's pretending that it's like this revolutionary theory of everything that encompasses scientific phenomena and philosophy. It's kind of ridiculous.
So I took this from his website here, where he says, suppose that you're wearing blue tinted glasses. At first, you think the world you see them through is blue. Then it occurs to you that this needs not be true. Maybe it's the glasses. Given this possibility, you realize that you really have no business thinking that the world is blue at all. Indeed, due to Occam's razor, you must assume that the world is chromatically neutral, not blue, until proven otherwise. This is his first example to try to tell us about what Berkeley's premises are, saying that everything is mental because we have to perceive the world through our cognition. We cannot perceive something without it going through our subjective experience. Therefore, Berkeley is saying there's no such thing as matter, and that everything in the world is just mental. And so this is the blue tinted glasses. If everything we're looking at through our blue tinted glasses looks blue, then should we assume that the entire world is blue? Or should we say, we can't make an assumption because we can't take off our glasses? And Langan goes on to say that this can never be proven because you can never take off the blue tinted glasses because you can never perceive the world without a perception, right? It's like inherently it can't be done. So therefore, Langan says, the distinction itself is meaningless. And there's no reason to even consider a distinction between that which is mental and that which is not, since nature has conspired to ensure that such a distinction will never ever be perceived. But without this distinction, the term mental can no longer be restrictively defined. Mental might as well mean real and vice versa. So that is literally all of the CTMU is resting on that logic.
Right. Yeah.
And what's illogical? Like, what's illogical about the fact that we see the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are? This is the CTMU, and it is in what Chris Langan described there is the same thing that Wolfram is saying. It's the same thing. It's just differently said, but. And Wolfram's language I like better. It's not as it's not metaphorical. It's more like just descriptive, where like we see the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are. You know, in string theory, there's like 6-dimensional manifold structure that is proposed to apparently be present at every point in space and time, and it's like, what does that mean? It probably means that your mind, in its process in some way, is 6-dimensional. It's like, why do you perceive 3 primary and 3 secondary colors? Why is math perceived as 6 different methods in the order of operation of mathematics, or 6 different operations in PEMDAS? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Like, why is it that our senses our ability to sense anything is 6-dimensional? It's, you have your 5 senses that are physical-ish, you touch and taste, and then which is more physical, and then you get a little bit less physical, and it's sight and smell, and then and hearing, and then you get even less physical, or even more super physical, as you could say, which is emotion. And it's like that is your 6th sense. 6th sense is not like telepathy. It's just emotion. Like, it's not this mysterious thing like from a M. Night Shyamalan movie that lets you see ghosts. It's the sense that lets you see yourself. That is what emotion does. It's when you feel yourself. It's when you sense yourself. It's not about sensing ghosts. It's about sensing yourself. And, you know, that is kind of like, you know, some people call that a soul or a spirit, and you can't really, I don't know. I'm not going to say that it isn't, or it is, that it's not the point. Like, it's these concepts, soul, spirit, matter, ideas. These are useless without the, if they are not contextualized in the proper context. If you're a mind inside a mind, that means that you have to contend with the logical coherent structures, or the coherent structures of the chains of information that you are maneuvering within, which means like the thoughts of the mind that you're in are going to be structures that you're going to have to contend with. And maybe we perceive, according to Sentient Singularity Theory, this is what I think seems coherent in the context of my framework, is the thoughts of the mind that we're within manifest in physical structures that we perceive as being, you know, mind-independent reality. They're independent of our mind, but they are not mind-independent. Or they may be independent of our mind. We don't actually know, because we can't know, as Chris Langan stated. Nature or God or, you know, logic itself has conspired in such a way, or is inevitably causative in such a way that there is no way of separating mind from matter. And, you know, and that's fine if you have a context that actually still allows you to make sense of it. If you're a mind inside a mind, then yeah, that and existence itself is a mind. Then there you have the context to make sense of it. You can understand what is matter. You can define it properly, actually, which is it's the information that you can't just think away and will away at your own without physically contending with it. Like, which means you have to preserve the coherence of information in the world in which you navigate in order to actually change the information in that structure that appears as separate from you as material reality. That's obvious and totally sensible of a thought, and it's an obviously true thing. If you think about it, I mean, I hope it is. If I'm not confusing it too much. It's like when you go and you change something in physical reality, you know, when you go and you change a physical structure, like I don't know, I go and I open this water bottle and I close this water bottle. Oh man, I'm like, here. I open this water bottle, I close this water bottle. Okay. I unscrew the lid. Like, there is a chain of causation that is, which really means a chain of coherence that is being preserved and created. But if I just could think away this cap, then it destroys coherence, because somebody made this, you know, and like the atoms existed and the molecules existed that were used to make it, and somebody's intentions led to the construction of this, and then I bought it, and then it existed, and I used it, and then I just thought it away. No, that breaks coherence. If I unscrew it and I chuck it off a cliff or something, never for me to see it again, it still preserves coherence. But that means you're not just willing away or thinking away the thoughts or the ideas of the mind that you're within, because those ideas will trump your ideas. They must, because there's a nested hierarchy. The environment, the mind, the information in the mind, the information structures in the mind that we exist in would manifest to us as as information that's superseding the information that is purely in our mind. Okay, which is another way of saying concrete. It's concretized, which is another way of saying like it's physically observed. It's materially, observed. That people who are idealists, they try and say it's not matter. It's all idea. It's all ideas. Well, I am saying that you're a sentient being, which is a mind, inside of another sentient being, which is a mind. And the ideas of the mind that you're within are perceived by you as matter. And now we don't have to get rid of any of them, and it makes logical sense. It's coherent. This isn't anybody's fault. It's that there are certain things that are like self-evidently obvious always, like the implications, at least, of I think therefore I am, and the implications of only a being can perceive, and so if there's something to perceive, if there's an idea, and only a being can conceive of an idea and perceive, and therefore like mind, it's the same exact conclusion that comes from I think therefore I am. It's like, what is I? It's mind. So the problem, while this is these conclusions that come from I think therefore I am, or from what is the truest thing that I know, actually I take that back about that one, but like these conclusions of like I think that come from I think therefore I am, or Berkeley's idea, they're not false, and they're like self-evidently obvious, but they're also not complete enough to provide the context necessary to be reconciled with other things that we have observed in physical reality and as have incorporated into our scientific narratives in biology and physics and chemistry. But we need that context to make them coherent with each other. That's not provided by idealism in a like really clear way from anything that I've seen. Otherwise, like every Bernardo Castro argument would be basically, or video would be basically stating the context of it as you're a mind inside a mind, and the mind and the ideas in the mind, the ideas of the mind that you're within are going to be have to be contended with by you as concretized, which is like matter. That's never stated. So I understand why this is tough, because we don't have the context, but I'm proposing a context. And I'm making the argument that it is consistent with the truest thing that you know. And also therefore like the most foundational thing that you must assume about the nature of existence, which is that it's at least sentient. It is possible that there's 7, but there's majority only sees 6. Wonder if there is 7. I don't know. I mean, there is at least 6 senses, and I'm including emotion as the 6th. It's the sensing of the self. That's what it is. Sense of touch is the, obviously it's like the pressure of that that is felt, of that which is touching you, and maybe that's not the best term, but it's close. I mean, obviously there's temperature and stuff, but then there's taste, which is, basically like the flavor of that which you touch, and their scent, which is like almost like the flavor of that which you don't touch. It's like perceiving, you smell that which you don't conceive of as touching you, like making physical impact. Whereas that's not true of taste. And so it's interesting about these is that sight and smell and hearing are all senses that are for perceiving of things that are being conceived of as not touching you physically. So even though people will say, well, no, actually, like little particles, when you smell something, what's happening is there's little particles of that thing that it's getting up into your nose, and it is actually physically touching you. Not the point. The point is that your conception of that which you are perceiving by sense of smell is that it is not touching you. And your perception of that which you taste with your tongue is that it is physically touching you. Your sense of pressure that you feel when somebody gives you a high five is conceived of within your mind by you as pressure felt that physically impacts you, meaning like you can't just ignore it, you know? Whereas hearing is a sense of your ability to sense pressure that is conceived of as not physically touching you and physically impacting you. And I understand, again, like if you're going to get really physical about it, I get it. Okay. But that's not the context that I'm talking about. I'm talking about a more fundamental context. I'm talking about a mental context of logical coherence, which is the context of logical coherence. Logic is more foundational than it is the foundation of language, which includes mathematics, and that is the context of our current physics in many ways, at least like our current physics equations. And like this is not separate from our sciences. Logic is mind. And it's the context of quantity, which is the context of mathematics. And it's the context of transformation. And so like the transformation of quantities is mathematics. Like this is not something that you can divorce from science and say, this is something that would be totally valid in a like sophomore level like philosophy class as a valid conversation. But like the idea that it is actually relevant to like foundational science is just crazy. It's either valid or it's not valid. If it's valid in a sophomore level philosophy class to discuss because and may be valuable, then it may be valuable in any context. If it's not valuable in a sophomore level philosophy class, then it's not valuable in science. And if it's not valuable in science, then it's not valuable in a sophomore level philosophy class. These distinctions are false when you're trying to conceive of or when you are contending with fundamental structures. You're trying to go as beyond distinction as you can. And that doesn't mean you can get completely beyond distinction, but it does mean that you get beyond the distinction of sophomore level philosophy classes versus the rest of science. Observers aren't immaterial. They're emergent recursive processes encoded in physical substrates. I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying that the idea that matter is separate from ideas is wrong. I'm saying the idealists and the materialists are both wrong. There is no difference. There's only a difference in your perception of it based on your context, the context that you're in when you're making the observation. Like mind or ideas of the mind that you're in. If you're a cell, the ideas of me are structures that my cells will physically have to deal with. Stress is a physical manifestation that your cells have to deal with of your ideas. That's what it is. It's once I was in this was many years ago, and this is a funny story, but and I'm probably way oversharing, but once I like just saw like a red spot on somewhere on my groin, and I was like, what is that? And I started staring at it for days, and started researching it on Google. And by the end of like the week, I thought I had every STD known to man. By the way, I have never been a promiscuous person. You don't have to be a promiscuous person to get an STD, but like I had no reason. I had every reason to not think that it was, by the way. In fact, but I had so convinced myself that I started to manifest physical symptoms. I manifested a visible rash that was so much worse. And I had physical pain when I was going to pee. And I couldn't stop peeing every like 15 minutes by the end of the week. Literally, it was awful. And I go in to the doctor and I'm like, I have an STD. And they're like, okay, let's see. And I show them, and they're like, the guy laughed at me. The doctor laughed at me. He's like, that's not an STD. And I was like, what is it? He's like, it's just a rash. And I was like, but of what, for what? He's like, I don't know. But he's like, I said, but it's, I'm having all these symptoms. And he's like, yeah, this happens all the time. Now that he's like, let's take a test and I will show you that you don't have one. And as soon as you don't, you know that, I bet you almost all your physical symptoms will disappear. Guys, it was like within 30 minutes. As soon as I knew that I was just making this all up in my head, my physical symptoms disappeared. My pain while peeing, my needing to pee every like 15 minutes, my physically observable rash that wasn't in my head, like the doctor saw it. And he was like, yeah, that's going to disappear in like 30 minutes. It's been there all week because you've been worrying about it. My ideas had caused some type of physically manifested, had caused some kind of concretized information structure that my cells had to contend with, and it really manifested physical symptoms. And I'm not saying that that's just one example in which like it's kind of more observable what's going on, but that's not actually like common. I don't think you can always physically see like a rash. Normally it's like you are stressed and now your cells are like contending with like a change in their environment due to your thoughts. Your ideas caused a change in the environment of your cells that they perceive as physical and like have to contend with and cannot just like wish away. And people will say, well, no, what's happening is this chemical is being released and this is this and this and this. I'm not arguing against any of that. That's not an argument against what I'm saying. If I'm saying that matter and mind are, that matter and ideas are a matter of perspective, you can't argue against that by stating that matter exists. I'm agreeing. And good luck arguing that ideas don't exist. You can't. Like it be your idea to do so. And that's self-defeating. So this is, the problem is that we have all these assumptions about these distinctions, and these distinctions are not fundamental. And what we are lacking is what we actually need, which is context. And context is information. There is no information outside of context. So if you don't have the context, you literally cannot have information. There's no way to be informed without context. So when you say, oh, well, sentience evolved, from what? Non-sentience. Where's your context? You know what context you're ignoring? Your context, the context of you. What is the truest thing that you know? I still haven't seen anybody answer it in the chat. Wow, this guy is what? Let's see. What's everybody thinking now? Possibility. Stay away. Now he's talking about his groin. Stay away. I did. Judge me for it. How does it impact me? By the way, I didn't have any STDs. And there was no reason for me to either. But if you stare at Google long enough and you start Googling your symptoms of any kind of illness, you will cause yourself to be ill. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. You'll start off with like, oh, why do I have a headache? And then you'll end up with like, oh my gosh, I might be having a stroke. because it says it on Google. I don't even know what it's like to try and self-diagnose with ChatGPT now, but it's probably not that different than trying to use Google. But I don't know if it's less stressful or more, but it's definitely got to be an experience. You are the chosen one. Okay. My calculator has logic, but not mind. No, you have logic. A human being, or it doesn't even matter that they're human, a mind, a sentient being built the calculator, a sentient being uses the calculator. There's no logic to the calculator other than if there's nobody to construct it logically and to use it logically. There's no logic to your calculator. You provide the logic. If I give a calculator to my 1.5-year-old daughter, she's gonna just go like this, and there's gonna be no logic to what comes out of it. And yes, there's logic to, this key causes this number or this this operation, but someone who did have logic built that with logic. Like, you can't say a calculator exists and therefore logic exists absent mind. The calculator doesn't even exist absent mind. He's not going to read my answer. Oh, I didn't see your answer, Nathan. What is your answer? I don't know. Say it again. Say the truest thing that I know is, or tag me in it so that I can see it, because otherwise I don't know who you're responding to. Tyler, can you explain how sentience could exist without the prior probability space for sentience, or relationality to emerge at all? How can an emergent pattern precede the conditions that allow emergence? I can explain why self-awareness is apparently logically inevitable. Self-awareness of existence, like existence being aware of its own self, would be appears to be logically inevitable. That I can do. But what you're asking me to do is, can you explain how sentience could exist without a prior probability space? I don't know the problem is that, again, you're using a context that I think is invalid. Probability, and we're going to get into that in a minute because they talk about it in this. Probability is not a fundamental thing. There is no probability space fundamentally. What there is a space of inevitability. That is what is fundamental. It's an inevitability space. And I could explain sentience in an inevitability space, but I cannot explain sentience in a probability space. I don't think that you can explain anything actually in a probability space that is fundamental, because I don't think that you can actually have a fundamental probability space. A probability space is a space that I'll say probability is a tool that you use. It is not existent absent mind. Probability is, there's just causation, okay? And there's two ways for things to be kind of caused, I guess, or there's two degrees of freedom of causation. There is direct intentional action by a sentient being, and then there is the inevitability, the logically inevitable consequences of that action. And they're really, when you start to argue, like, even a distinction between those two things is kind of tough. It's like, if I want to throw a baseball to if I'm a pitcher and I'm going to throw a baseball to a catcher, I didn't just throw the baseball and have it release like here, and that's all I caused. And then you say, well, and then logic and the laws of physics, and it just, which has come from logical inevitabilities, I believe, just took over from there and made it go exactly where it was going to go. But like, where's the line between your action and, like, the inevitability of that action? Because the context of your action is within the inevitabilities. So what I mean is, like, when people say that is the universe deterministic or is it or do we have free will? There is no way to, what free will just means the ability to make a choice. And there is no way to make a choice if there isn't determinism. Like, I can't throw a ball to anyone if there isn't deterministic consequences to the direction of that, where that ball goes, and how far it's going to go depending on how much force I apply. And it's like if you're on a path, and there's a path, it splits into a fork, and there's this way and there's this way. You can't make a choice unless you know where each one of those paths go. Like, you can make a choice to flip a coin, but like the choice is to flip a coin. It's not to go this way or that. Like, you have to know one of them goes to the beach and one of them goes to the mountains, and you have to know which one is which. And then you can make a choice and you can say, I'm going to take that path. And then what happens is, it's like deterministically, you are going to end up at the mountains if you chose the path to the mountains. And this is choice and determinism are dependent. They are not opposing. And if within the context of sentient singularity theory, where the oneness of existence is intrinsic and just by definition, and that any information in that existence could only reference itself, entirely reference itself. Like, existence can only reference itself. Like, there's nothing outside it to reference. And so, and it will entirely reference itself because it is a coherent, complete structure that is its own context, which was what makes it unique. In that context, it is inevitable. That is an inevitability space. And in that inevitability space, you have a single information structure that is inevitably and entirely self-referential. And that is self-aware. Like, that, if a structure is entirely self-referential, an information structure is entirely self-referential, it is self-aware. It's referencing itself. It is informed of itself, by itself. Like, that takes place in an inevitability space, not in a probability space. Probability space is a useful tool when we have two different beings that are coordinating, and you can make a choice and I can make a choice. And yeah, I'm more likely to make that choice and you're more likely to make that choice. And so we can kind of split the difference and come up with a probability based on, past observations or whatever. But we can also make the opposite choice. And because of that, it's a probability space instead of an inevitability space, because I will probably make this decision, but I may make another one. That a probability space is contextualized and supported only within the context of two sentient beings that are coordinating. And it is not a fundamental structure. So I reject the context that you're proposing as being like truly fundamental. And I understand that, like, that's not like widespread like assumption, but that doesn't matter. Like whatever the widespread assumption is, it is leading to most academia self-admitting that, like, they don't know the context. And so, they can't say mine is wrong unless they make a logical argument against mine. Which really means, like, you have to make an argument for one that is different than mine. You can't just say, like, mine is wrong because, I don't know, like, it's not consistent with the context that you assume. You have to propose a separate context, and nobody's doing that. There's nobody that's doing that. Not even the idealists are really doing that. Like, they're not. And yes, if you look it up on Wikipedia, it says idealism presupposes that like consciousness is fundamental. That's not even enough. It's not. You have to explain what happens in the inevitability space that is causative of sentience, and like and explains why sentience would be an inevitability. Like that is important. And you also have to have it reconcile with our material observations. Like if you're an idealist and you're like, matter doesn't really exist, it's all just ideas, then like, and you're like, matter is an illusion. I think that that's a terrible claim. I don't agree with it at all. I think it is definitionally wrong and inconsistent with our experience and logically incoherent to say matter is an illusion. Matter is definitely not an illusion. That's why it's matter. Like that's why it's physical. It's because you can't just think it away. You have to contend with it. But that doesn't mean that it's not also the ideas in the mind that we are within, you know, and that mind may be able to think it away, like, but we can't. It would break coherence, like it would break logical coherence. And, you know, I think a lot of these arguments that we have in science are much simpler than we think, and philosophy forever. Like the science right now science divorced itself from religion, from theism, really, like not, and I would just say this, it's like the Dark Crystal, like I said, like there was one thing and it wasn't called religion and it wasn't called science. It was just called like the pursuit of truth. And then it fractured due to probably the education system, like dividing it. And then we had religion and science. Science not as a method, but as a narrative, as an endeavor, as a collective endeavor, which is the same thing as religion. And then you have things like, you know, oh, is the universe deterministic, or is it probabilistic, or is it you know, or do we have free will? And so what's happening now is that like these ideas are lacking any kind of context because you are not assumed to be part of science. Like you are the people who are engaging with science and have a scientific goal and constructing the experiments and making the observations and doing the math and doing the logic and constructing the philosophical frameworks that, you know, allow for us to interpret predictions that or deduce predictions that we can then, you know, construct experiments in order to like test. All of that hinges on, you know, is done in the context of mind, and it's being divorced from science. And that means like not only is science like separate from religion now, it's separate from philosophy. So now you have philosophy and religion and science, and they're all just kind of trying to like disprove each other more than they are trying to just like pursue truth at this point, I think. Because they're holding each of them certain assumptions that I think are false. Every single one of those things that allows for you to make to be contextually coherent within this that structure itself, but not holistically. And that's why like religion isn't advancing and science isn't advancing. And when people say, oh, science is advancing, they're making discoveries already. That's Dave's like argument against like Sabine's argument that science is in trouble. No, science is in huge trouble. Like, and it's not even because fundamental physics isn't making any progress. It's because we still think that fundamentality is about physics. That's the problem. You can't divorce yourself from, divorce anything from mind, like anything, which means you can't exclude yourself from it. you can't exclude your own sense making from it and your own recognition and admission of what you can know to be true, what you must assume, and what you can never prove. Like, you have to understand those things in order to navigate towards truth. And you can't understand those things if you don't take yourself into account, which they're not. Like, I think Therefore I Am should be something that is very relevant to science, not just a cool philosophy discussion in college classroom. It's very relevant to science. Everything in science, physics, math, biology, you name it. It's very relevant to religion. It's relevant to the pursuit of truth. You can't dismiss it. They do. They do. Wow, they're dismissing themselves. Like, how could you do that? And I'm guilty of it, by the way. Like, I was guilty of it. Like, I once asked my wife, and this is another thing, like creation versus evolution. Once I asked my now wife, but at the time girlfriend, and I was like, do you think that like God created us, or that we evolved? And because she was like, would go to like church, like she was a religious person, and actually not just my family's religious, which means like you go to church once a year. Like, she actually like would read her Bible and like make notes in it and stuff. And it was the only person I've ever known really well that was like that. That was my age, my entire life. And I asked her one time, because I was like, I study with the top. I've studied, in the field with some of the top zoologists in the world. And these people were like heroes of mine growing up, And I've studied rattlesnakes with Mark O'Shea. If you've ever watched Animal Planet, then you know who Mark O'Shea is. Like, this was my world: biology and zoology and ecology and evolution and science. And then when I asked her this, though, and she just looked at me and she was like, "Both." And I was like, wow, I never thought about the idea that those aren't mutually exclusive before. And not even saying that they are both true. It's just that I've always assumed them to be mutually exclusive, and they're not. You can start a process and then have logical and, causation actually like occur. Nobody argues against causation, which to argue against evolution, really, like, which is just adaptation. To argue against adaptation, at least, and there's, if there is more to evolution than which I think there is, but it's not defined by our current concept of evolution. Our current concept of evolution is just adaptation, as far as our understanding of it goes. Like, we don't know how a cell is first formed in evolution right now. Our current like widespread conceptualization of evolution, we do not have an answer for that. But we do have an answer for why this cell is a little bit different over time from cells that are now over there, even if they had a common origin. But the point is that these like Eric Weinstein called them never-ending philosophical questions. They actually have an end. In fact, they are like self-answering in the right context. I don't think that these things are difficult, but if they are impossible to answer, not difficult, impossible to answer, if you don't have the right context, if you don't start from the right assumption, what is the truest thing you know? Tyler, logic does not equal mind. It's structure, not substance. Validity exists independent of thinker to observe it. Not if you're inside a mind. Not if existence is an entirely self-referential system that is therefore self-aware. Then no, that's not true, actually. So again, I'm providing a context, and you have to contend with that context. You can't argue against a specific point that I make as not being valid in your context, because I agree it's not valid in your context. It's valid in my context. And I think that that context is correct. and that's because of, I think it's logically inevitable. Like, I think sentience is logically inevitable. It is the nature that exists in the inevitability space. It's not the nature that evolves in the inevitability space. It's the nature that must exist. There is, I don't think there is any such thing as existence, fundamental existence, that isn't sentient. Like, if you think the universe is everything, is all that exists, there's nothing outside the universe, and that's how you define the universe, then you're defining it the way I define existence. I don't think that it is possible to argue against that being an entirely self-referential information structure, and that is completely self-contained, which that leads to what? Like, information informs. Like, who is being informed? Existence is being informed about what? Existence. And if existence is informed of existence, then if existence is aware of existence, and then you don't say what anymore, you say who. That's what happens there. And I realize this is like so different from everything that's taught in philosophy, because philosophy nowadays, it's not so different from everything that's taught in philosophy, but I'm making an argument that's like way more concrete, and I recognize that, which is why it drives people insane a little bit. Like, but I actually don't think it should drive you insane. It actually is perfectly sane. It's just how you deal with it might be not sane or sensible or coherent. Possibility. Okay. The truest thing that I know is that I know less than I could know if I knew what you mean by sentient. Please define sentience. That's not the truest thing that you know, but I will define sentience. Sentience is the exact definition that you can find when you look it up. It means self-aware and feeling. That's what it means. Simple as that. Which, by the way, to feel is to be self-aware. Any feeling that you have, physical sensation, emotional or emotional state, is within the context of you. Like, you know, if I burn you, or if you grab like a lighter and it's hot, it's like, that's a physical touch, but like, it's in the context of you that you understand that. So to feel is self-awareness. There's so many just crazy rabbit holes that people go down when it comes to like, is AI conscious, or is it self-aware? Is it sentient? Is it super intelligent? It's like, does it have feelings? Self-awareness is not just, it's not actually this logical like thinking end to like a thought, like self-awareness. Oh, I'm aware of myself because I know that if I I don't know, like start eating the chips, then I'm not going to be able to stop. Like, that's not what I mean by self-awareness. I mean like aware of self, not aware of like your tendencies. I don't even mean kinesthetic awareness necessarily, but then be closer, is like, which is your awareness of yourself in space, your body in space. I mean like your awareness of your you-ness, like when you feel something, that is, you feel it. Like your body doesn't feel it, you feel it. Yeah, this is, sentience is just feel, means like a sentient being feels. That's the best way of putting it. Sentient being feels, and you could say is self-aware, but like that, to feel is to be self-aware. You can't have any feelings if you're not self-aware, and you can't be self-aware if you don't have any feelings. Inevitability collapses possibility. In the context of multiplicity, yeah, that's true. But not in the context of singularity and in a singular existence, absent anyone else. There's no one that, imagine like God is existence itself, that is self-aware and sentient, and he didn't make anyone else. He didn't make you, he didn't make me, he didn't make mosquitoes, he didn't make ticks, so he can't even be mad. He didn't make dogs or cells or atoms even, or molecules or anything. There's no other things. There's no things that have been created, and there's no one other than him. It's just sentient existence, is aware of everything that exists, which is just himself, which is really everyone that exists, hence the name of this channel. And we're looking for a theory of everyone, fundamentally. A theory of everything is the wrong endeavor. That's why it's not working. It's not that, oh, like we need a bigger particle accelerator. It's that you are looking for a theory that explains things absent beings, and you need a theory that explains beings and then provides the context of things, which is a theory of everyone. But if you're God and you're alone, there is no possibility. There is just inevitability and choice. And that's it. As soon as you make a choice, determinism is part of that. I have chosen to do this, and so it is determined to be so. Like if this wallet does not get lifted off the desk if I don't choose to do it. But as soon as I choose to do it, it is inevitable. It's inevitable. This is the space that like where like creation happens. Creation of others happens fundamentally, but I would say like multiplicity of sentience was created, but singularity of sentience, which is the one existence as being self-aware, that is inevitable. There is no possibility space to collapse, and like there's no collapsing. It's like constantly collapsing on itself. That's what it's doing. Existence is informing itself about itself all the time because it can't do anything else. What else could it do? It's providing the context of its own existence. There can be no existence in any other form, fundamentally. I don't believe that. I think it is logically incoherent to try and I will say this, every argument that I've heard against that is logically incoherent. I'm not going to say it's logically incoherent to argue against that, but it does seem to be logically coherent to argue for it, and it doesn't seem like it's logically coherent to argue against it, because most of the time people are not even arguing for an alternative context. Infinity collapses, inevitability collapses possibility. I don't know if these words are as important as you think they are. Possibility, probability, like they don't matter in the context that I am proposing. Like, what was the probability that God created, another within himself? 0 until he chose to do it, and then it was 100%. Like that's it. There's no, and if that's the case, if the probability space is only 100% or 0%, it's not a probability space. It shouldn't be called that. It's just an inevitability space where, it's an inevitability space, but it's also like has the ability to choose. It's like choice is part of that. And there's the logical reasons why it seems like it had to be a choice to create multiplicity of sentience. Like it seems logically inevitable and no choice. God, I don't think God has any choice in his own existence. I don't think he could kill himself if he tried. He has less freedom in that than you do. But because existence can only reference itself, and existence by definition exists. So, and non-existence can't exist. When people are like, what's his name, Alex, oh man, I forgot, that's the philosophy guy that we've talked about before, he was him and Brian Greene were like, oh, we want to answer the ultimate question, why is there something rather than nothing? That's not the ultimate question. The ultimate question is, why is there multiple someones rather than only one someone? Like, that's the ultimate question. Why is there multiplicity instead of singularity? Why are there multiple beings instead of just one? Like, that's the actual ultimate question. Because the answer is, it matters quite a bit. Like, it should matter to you. It matters. It does matter to you physically, super physically, morally, emotionally. Like, and if the nature of if existence is by definition all that exists, then it is basically by definition one thing. And if it's by definition one thing, then it's basically, you could say, by nature, its nature is oneness. Its nature is that of oneness. And if there's multiple beings and the nature of the initial being is just oneness, because that is the nature of being, like, that's how you perceive oneself. One perceives oneself. That means that, like, any action that it required to make multiplicity of sentience kind of required going against your own nature. It means, like, swimming upstream, and you don't go upstream without intentionally swimming upstream. Like, fish do not drift upstream. They drift downstream, but they don't drift upstream. They have to choose to swim upstream. And you have to choose to go against the logical inevitability, of things absent any kind of specific action. If you're going to actually cause a change, and a fundamental change in a system that is fundamentally by nature self-referential, and I'm going to say sentient, and intrinsically one and entire, meaning like all that exists, the only fundamental change that you can make is multiplicity of sentience. There's no things yet. Like, things are what we perceive as the divides between the Matryoshka doll that's in here and the Matryoshka doll that's in here. But it's the space between them that you perceive things. If there is no Matryoshka doll here and no within this Matryoshka doll, there's no things. God can't create anything. We without, like, that God can't create anything that is physical without multiplicity, because physicality is a perception by the being that is within God. Like, it's anything that he creates that's a thing, like a concept in his mind, an idea. If there's no one inside of his mind, like within him, to perceive it as a superseding idea that's concretized in your experience, then you won't perceive it as physical. There's no one to perceive it as physical. It's just a thought in his head. Basically, it's an idea in his mind. Is a much better way of putting it. A thought in his head is not as accurate as we can be. But it's just an idea in his mind. There's no matter without someone within another mind. This is, like, critical. Like, you need context for all these questions, and then when you have the right context, they should just answer themselves. Like, and if they don't, then you don't have the right context. You should not assume that we just need a bigger particle accelerator. We just need to try really a lot harder for the math, and maybe a next Einstein will be born, like, next year, and he'll be able to figure out, like, all the stuff, and it'll be basically what we expected, but he'll just, like, figure out how to prove it or something. It's like, no, the fact that, like, we don't even have, like, a proposed framework or context of these fundamental things, these debates and these ideas and these observables, implies that, like, we're missing something really, we're making an incorrect assumption that somewhere upstream, and like we need to assume that. Like if water stops at your house, like you don't just try and figure it out like at your house. Like if there's a river flowing by your house, you need to go like figure out like there's a dam built like upstream somewhere. You can't just be like, oh well, you know, we don't see any dam. So I don't know if this metaphor is very good, but it could have been if I planned it better. But like if the water stops in the stream next to your house and you don't see a dam, like you should assume that there's something blocking it upstream. Which means like there's something more fundamental than our current problems. By the way, please hit the like button if you are finding this interesting, if you're finding it entertaining, or if you are finding it informative. And if you aren't, I don't know, tell me in the comments why. Nathan, I agree. More critically, the statement commits a model collapse. If God can only do what he chooses, there's no possibility until he does. Then all events are inevitable once narrated, eliminating freedom. No, not if you can make a choice too. Not if you can make a choice too. If there was no one else then that could make any choices and it's just God, then yeah, as soon as he makes a choice, like there's no freedom, but like the freedom was with him. So like what needs freedom? Nothing needs freedom. Someone has freedom to choose. Things don't have it. Things that are not beings do not have any freedom in choice. They don't, so they don't need it. Like it's just not the context of choice. The context of choice is only within sentient being. So we're within God, and God or sentient existence can make choices, and you know he can make you. He can partition a portion of his sentience and weave it into a little self-referential knot within himself, and then you exist and are born. And then guess what? You can be like, you know what? I choose not to exist, and you can choose not to exist, or you can choose to eat, you know, I don't know, like nothing but corned beef for your entire life. Whatever you want to choose, like you can make a choice, but like you didn't have a choice in whether or not you were here. Like that was determined by him, but it's not absent choice. He made the choice to make you be here. And then once you're here, then you can make choices. So it's just, again, it's like not the context that I'm proposing. And you might not be familiar with enough with like the totality of sentient singularity theory to realize this, which it seems, which is fine. Like, that's why I'm going to be kind of like test running an overview next week before I speak to some philosophy students. But this is like, don't assume your context. Ask me my context. Like, that's what I'll say. This is not how coherent epistemic reasoning works. It's how unverifiable dogma cloaks itself in pseudo-logic. You're using the same exact terms that I said are empty. They don't mean anything. How is it pseudo-logic that the truest thing that you know about the nature of existence is that it is at least sentient? How is that pseudo-logic? Which really means, like, let's not even use that term because you're using it to mean like false. How is that incoherent? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, what is the logical fallacy that I'm committing? Like, where have I gone wrong in that statement? Like, you'd have to say the truest thing that I know is not that I exist, if in order to argue against that my logic is like just dogma and pseudo science or something, like, or just incoherent even. or false. Like you have to say, no, actually, the truest thing that I know is this thing, and this is why. And it's not, and that thing has to be something different than I am. Right? Like, that's not, I'm not arguing for any dogma. I'm saying that there are logical implications that we must contend with regarding the constraints and degrees of freedom of thinking itself. What you can know, what you can prove, what you can falsify, what is self-evident constantly. Like all of these things are dependent upon the constraints of mind fundamentally, more so than they are contingent upon the constraints of anything else. You know, the amount of energy that you have to put into a machine, the amount of space and funding that you have to build a machine, your mathematical skills, like to calculate, like, you know, certain aspects of construction of some machine. Like there's none of those things are as fundamental as the constraints and degrees of freedom of mind itself, which is logic. Like it's just coherence. Information that is coherent is information in context. And the most fundamental context of all information is also the constant context of all information. That is also the universal, fundamental, and inevitable context of all information is mind. That's not pseudo anything. It's just self-evidently true. And if you don't think so, I want to hear like an argument for what is the alternative. Or maybe a specific place that you think I've gone wrong. But like these aren't just abstract, like not relevant, you know, concepts or ideas or you know, topics. They are the foundation of all of our understanding. And, you know, they're not just, oh, well, that's okay. It's totally valid to think about, I think, therefore I am in a sophomore level philosophy class, but to think that it's relevant at all, to that the nature of being is, and what we can observe about it and experience about it really firsthand, is it all relevant to science? It, like, of course it is. Of course it is. This is not about like belief. This is about logic. What do you have to assume in order to assume anything else? That's what I want to know. Like, you have to answer that question. More critically, I like how God gave up his monopoly on will so we could have a will of our own. Well, if he didn't do that, then we wouldn't be someone ourselves, and he would be meaningless. Like, if there's no one but you to impact, then you are meaningless. And God is the only one who has ever actually been alone and meaningless. You and me, we were born with meaning because he made us for a reason, because it was an intentional choice. Like, and even our own existence gives him meaning, because, like, you know, without him, we wouldn't be here. So he now is the most meaningful being because he created everyone within him. But prior to creating multiplicity of sentience within himself, which is by partitioning his own sentience within himself, like it's like a knot tying itself and tying knots within itself, which is like causing a self-referential loop. Hence the symbolism. This, it's like a selfless action, but it's also like a supremely selfish action, which doesn't make it wrong, actually. Like, I think that it is the moral thing to do. If absent multiplicity, there is no morals. Like, God, there's no one to impact you, you know? God can't harm himself. He can't harm another. There's no one else to harm anyone else. There's no context to morality until, like, there's multiplicity of sentience. Because morality is the context of like me impacting, how we impact each other. That's what it is about. And that is also the context of meaning. Like God was the only being that's ever been meaningless, or is the only being that's ever been meaningless prior to creation. That is not a religious concept. Like, it's not dogmatic either. It's like, yeah, how do you know what meaning is? By experience. Like, we feel, when people say, I'm a millennial, like, we watched Mark Zuckerberg and people and build Google and Facebook and MySpace and everything, and we just saw tech impacting the world in a social way for the first time, and like a really social way that was like kind of personally observable. It wasn't just like, oh, I can make a phone call. It was like there was a profile online now, and it caused everybody to think about like making an impact on the world. It's like, what does Facebook want to do? We want to positively impact the world. What does Google want to do? We want to save the world. Why do you want to work at Google? I want to impact the world. That was my goal, was to work at Google. And why? Because I wanted to make a difference. What does that mean? Impact the world. Does it mean like throwing rocks at the ground? No, it means impacting other beings, like being meaningful to them, like feeling like my life made a difference in their life. That is meaning. And so, yeah, God is now the most meaningful being because everybody else exists because of him and wouldn't exist otherwise. But he's also the only being that's at one point was meaningless. He's also the only being that's ever been alone. Like, we can be lonely, we can feel lonely, but we're never alone. Like, in the universe, like, existence is sentient. There are other beings. But prior to the creation of multiplicity, God was alone. He was an eternal, meaningless being that was alone and couldn't even like end his own existence if he wanted to. What would you do in that moment? Like, I would be like, I'm gonna make others. I'm like bored. It's like, was he bored? Was he alone, lonely? Sarah Walker, she's a biologist, but is working with Lee Cronin on assembly theory and, kind of a more fundamental scientific theory of causality, of physics, of chemistry, whatever, of evolution, time. It's a theory of material causality. That's what it is. And once, like, Lex Friedman asked, like, why do you think like God would have made the universe, like made everybody else, like, and Sarah Walker said probably the best like answer I've ever heard. She said maybe he was just lonely. It's like, it's a much better answer than like, well, a probability space can be collapsed according to this equation. Like, that's not the context of what we're talking about. We're talking about choice and determinism, and in the context of a self-referential existence. Sentience. If all wills are just coils of God's will, then no will is truly autonomous. Every choice is predetermined as an... I don't agree with that. Like, why is that the case? Why is my choice predetermined? Because God... No, my existence is predetermined, but not my choice once I get here. My choice is my choice. That's that, like, choice really just means like your ability to point your will at something. It doesn't even mean like a specific moment. It's like my goal. It's the ability to determine your own goals. Like, what do you want to do? That's free will. Not, I chose to eat a donut instead of a bacon because I was craving something sweet. No, that's determinism. That's not a choice. That's literally based on like your bodily functions according due to all the way back causality logic, in basically what we call instinct, like, is making you crave sugar. Like, that's not a choice. But if you are like, I don't want to eat cake anymore or bacon because I think bacon is immoral to eat because I don't want to, eat animals or something, like, even if your body's craving it, like that's a free will choice. Like that's a choice of a goal, and then you pursue it. I don't know how much choice you always have in every moment. That's something that is moment dependent, but your choice and goal is really where your choice lies. I've listed the fallacies and other issues with your last argument. Have you been following the chat? Not completely. Category error. Confuses I am with universe is sentient. Wrong domain. No. I'm saying existence is at least sentient, as best as we can know. Like, it is what we know based on our firsthand experiential, undeniable, constantly confirmed and affirmed understanding of what it is like to exist, is that, sentience. Like that's, and so that's what I'm saying. And that's not, don't see how you're arguing against what I'm saying. And that's why I use the word existence instead of universe, because I don't know how you're conceptualizing universe. Let's go to the next chat. And let me see how long we've been going though, guys, because I can't go forever. 3 hours. I'm going to go about another like 20 minutes. So I'm going to speed through some things because we got through like two clips. So forgive me if I don't pay attention to the chat for like a little bit, but if something is that important, when I come back to the chat, ask it again. Assumption. Okay, let me look. Okay. This right here.
The last thing I would just say on this is like, other than just intersubjectivity, the fact that people can have perceptions of things that are hallucinations and don't correspond with anything in any kind of mind independent reality. I would say that the successful track record of scientific realism is really hard to explain in this sort of idealistic
outside of the context of an objective external reality. Yeah,
because you'd think, why would it be that science, which is making the assumption that there's a mind independent objective reality, why would that assumption lead to so much empirical success if it's not true?
Right, unless solipsism is true. It's like that's the point. It's like it's okay in this thought experiment way and be like, I believe this weird thing, like I believe the external world doesn't exist and I'm gonna have faith in that. It's like, fine, that's fine, whatever, do your thing, but like stop pretending you have this incredible theory of everything when it's just like he's just a guy, he's a delusional narcissist who skimmed some philosophy textbooks, said I'm going to use this jargon and pretend I'm better than all of this, and made a thing that's the totality of all of
it. Assuming the motives of people like that detailed is just such a waste of time. But if not anything else, it's just a waste of time, everybody's time. But first of all, like solipsism is important to define. Solipsism is the quality of being self-centered or selfish, or the theory that the self is all that can be known to exist. The self is all that can be known to exist. It's not even that it's all that can be known to exist. It's the truest thing that you know to exist. That's a better way of putting it. Like, and it's very important. Like, that distinction matters a lot, because is it all that you can know to exist? I don't know. Depends on what you mean by know. But is it the truest thing that you know to exist? Yeah, it has to be. That's the difference in those two statements, even though it seems like you're saying the same thing. Is it the truest thing that you know, or is it all that you can know to exist? It's like one of them, it depends, and the other one is inevitable. So like our terminology is so important when it comes to things that are abstract or super personal, meaning like, the experience of self. But it's not I hate when like Dave says things like, oh well, it's okay to have belief, like it's okay to think, have this weird idea. I don't think it is. I don't think it's okay to have unfounded beliefs. I don't think that it is okay to I mean, it's not that it's not okay, but like I don't think that in the context of a discussion about what is true, that it is okay to just say, that's what I believe. It's like, okay, but like now we can't continue the discussion. And it's not enough if you want to actually understand yourself, like whatever it is that you claim to believe. Like, I don't think you can actually truly believe something if you don't have a foundational context for it and a logical explanation for it. I don't think so. And I think a lot of people who claim themselves to be like scientifically minded would agree with that statement if they just took it in a context of itself. But then like it's a problem when I'm making the argument that, or when someone is making the argument, Chris Langan or anyone else throughout history is making the argument that it leads to like, seems to imply like that existence is at least sentient, and that existence is entirely self-referential by definition and logical inevitability. So therefore, like maybe self-aware, seems self-aware. If an information system is entirely self-informing and self-referential, that if that's not the definition of self-aware, I have no idea what is. But this is like, now as soon as somebody makes that claim, then now it's okay to just have that random belief, like, and you don't need to back it up. Like, don't try to back it up, just hold it. But the thing is like, then they don't have to contend with it, and it's like, you do have to contend with these things, and even if they're false, like, then dismiss them. But it means dismissing the truest thing that you know. That's what it will mean. Good luck. And by the way, like, again, I'm not arguing for any religion, so this shouldn't be like, oh man, like he's trying to make us, stop me from eating bacon. I'm not trying to stop you from eating bacon. You go figure that one out yourself. I am just saying that, the truest thing that I can know is that I am. Like, that's it. But solipsism is this idea of solipsism where you're the only one that exists, and there appears to be a mind-independent reality, and there isn't God, like you're not inside of another someone. That is a logically incoherent idea. Like, I will absolutely state that. That is not my context, and I don't think it's Chris Langan's context either. So, like, solipsism is not, from our perspective, is incoherent and is not the CTMU's argument, and it's not Sentient Singularity Theory's argument. Solipsism, I don't even think it's arguable if you are God, like, because otherwise you'd have to dismiss your own actions and be like, at this point, when there's multiplicity already. If prior to creation of multiplicity, then yeah, like you are the only one that exists. It's not a belief system at that point. It's just God was self-centered, probably at that point, because like, what else are you going to be? And now that's not a judgmental statement. Like, it's just if you're going to be entirely coherent, like, be entirely coherent. Like, who else is he going to care about before anyone else exists? And as somebody who has a kid and who has also like experienced like loss of pregnancies, like my wife and I we had multiple miscarriages, and then we eventually did have a kid. And somebody who always wanted a kid, like, you don't care about your kids before they exist. You don't. And like you say, oh, I want kids before you have children, or before you even try and have children, especially. You're like, oh, I want kids. But that's not, it's because you care about yourself, not because you care about the kids. Like, you can't care about the kids. They don't exist yet. It's just a side tangent, but like, I'm grateful to God, but I also think that like initial creation is to give himself meaning, which is not immoral at all. It's actually like ends up making morality. It's not moral or immoral. He could have chosen to be the only one to exist, and he could have chosen to create, and one of them isn't moral and the other one isn't immoral. It's one of them makes morality and the other one doesn't lead to the existence of morality at all. So it's like these you have to know the context of all of these things in order to even think about them. Everything from morality to causality, to free will and choice, to determinism, to to matter and idealism, like, or ideas. I don't even like the term idealism, but ideas and matter. What is physical and what is mental, like these aren't different things, they are different perspectives, and that your understanding of them, like, that is coherent with the rest of what can be known, requires them to be relatable to the rest of what can be known, not just purely coherent within themselves. As, oh, that's just a cool idea, you can have this little belief over here, but like, it, just leave it over there. In that, weird philosophy, sophomore philosophy discussion, and your, I don't know, church going on Sundays, don't bring it into the collective pursuit of truth. Get over it. Like, it's not, I don't even know if that's the right response, but like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. The collective pursuit of truth knows no bounds, okay? There should not be bounds on the collective pursuit of truth or the individual pursuit of truth. And narcissism is not a person. Like, calling somebody a narcissist, like Chris Langan is a narcissist. Narcissism is a moment. It is not a person. Everyone is sometimes is narcissistic in actions, including Dave, including me, including you, including Chris Langan. None of us are narcissists or aren't narcissists. It's like genius. People say Chris Langan is a genius because his IQ's over 150. Who came up with that line? Like, why 150? Genius, if it's just an arbitrary line, then it's a useless definition. It's like, why not just say my IQ is this? Why do you need to say it's genius level? That it's just redundant, and like it's a waste of time and space and energy and a word. But if you're going to have that word mean something, then it has to be like specifically distinct. And the only context that I know of to make sense of that is genius is a moment that everyone can experience, and everyone does experience. Idiocy is the same thing. There's no idiots and geniuses. There's idiotic moments that you and I have, and genius moments that you and I have. And some people have more genius moments, and some people have more idiotic moments. But everybody has both. And everybody has narcissistic moments and selfless moments. It's not, none of that matters to whether or not something is true. And like they say, well, Chris Langan, he claims that he's the only one that could come up with this theory of everything, and he's so special. But then at the same time throughout this, they say that he's basically just restating Descartes and like Berkeley and Abraham. Basically, like, there's one God, and there's a God, and he is sentient and cares about things and people and beings. And also, like, I think, therefore I am, and ideas only exist in mind. It's like, okay, like we need new terminology. That's not like it's not, the fact that it's an old idea or a new idea is not relevant. Like, is it true or false or coherent or incoherent? Like, that's what we want to know. Translating criticism's true sentence. Okay, let's do this. It's funny because like they make fun of this statement that he makes.
And then here's what Curt is gonna unintentionally call him out on literally just making all of this up
Mhm.
mid-sentence.
The logic of experience. I don't think I've heard that phrase before. Did you just come up with that on the spot, or have you heard that before?
First time I ever said it. I've never heard.
Him out on literally just making all of this up
Mhm.
mid-sentence.
The logic of experience. I don't think I've heard.
True rationalist would be able to derive the CTMU. So therefore, he's the only true rationalist.
Was able to do that right. Okay, but there aren't very many of them.
I love.
As in, there's only one.
You said
Yeah, he's the only Scotsman too.
Yes, exactly. So then, okay, and then here's where we're gonna. Curt is gonna unintentionally call him out on literally just making all of this up
Mhm.
mid-sentence.
the logic of experience. I don't think I've heard that phrase before. Did you just come up with that on the spot, or have you heard that before?
First time I ever said it. I've never heard.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I mean, Chris is just making all of this up as he goes.
Interesting.
You logically induce the minimum model, the bare minimum that you need to make cognition and perception work. Then you form an identity incorporating that potential, and you have the CTMU if you do it right. Okay, a true rational.
Show us.
Right?
What
Like,
You're
he's about to
describing
say,
a thing that's not real and then not showing it. Yeah.
yeah, he's about to say that a true rationalist would be able to derive the CTM.
Chris is saying that we have to take the logic of experience and thinking itself and perception itself into account. That is totally true. It is self-evidently true. And when they say he's taking something that doesn't exist, and then, you know, which is already just a claim. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's just, you know, it's empty. And then when they say,
Right? He's describing a thing that's not real and then not showing it. Yeah.
he's describing a thing that's not real, not showing it. How do I show you that you exist? Like, how can I show you that you exist? The best I can do is say, ask yourself one question. What is the truest thing that I know? And see where that goes. That is the closest thing that I can do to showing you that you exist. That is what is required of what they're basically wanting from him. How do you show that you exist? How do I show that you exist? How is Chris Langan going to show the existence of someone else, or even of himself to another? That's not possible. But what is possible is that you can look at yourself and see that you exist, and the constraints of what that means, and the implications of that. And so when he says, oh, he's not showing it, like, what do you mean showing it? Do you want a math equation that says equals MC squared? Like, I'm not saying that you can't write equations that are relevant to that. I think all equations are relevant to that. But you don't need me to prove your sentience. You know? And I don't know. And his statement about what the CTMU is and how you construct it is like, you take the bare minimum that you can assume as part of, you know, thinking itself and about existence itself, and then you just logically extrapolate from there. And it's like, I can't go through that process for you. I can't. You have to go through that process. It is a super personal process. It's a process everyone universally has to go through for themselves. It's not something I can draw on a whiteboard. You have to do the work. And you don't even have to do the work. You are constantly evidence that that's correct. Your existence is confirmation of that, of the idea that existence is at least sentient. And you also, when you think about what that means, and then it is inevitable that you should deduce that the truest thing that you can know is that you exist. Like, that's not something that I need to, if what I just said there doesn't make sense to you, then you're not doing the work. Like, you're trying to have me do it. You're not thinking about yourself. You're like, well, then how does this account for this thing that is in some context that has nothing to do with what I'm saying? You're the context that I'm talking about. That is it. And then, you know, the context of existence itself as a singular structure, information structure. That's it. Like, those are the two contexts that matter. Your own context, the context of the totality of existence as a single information structure. What are the implications of those two things? And don't tell me that I have to prove that those things exist to you. I can't prove that you exist to you because I can't even prove it to me. You are just aware of it, or there is no you to be aware of anything. And like existence by definition is all that exists. Like I don't need to, I can't prove it beyond that to you, and there's no reason to. You're not thinking about it if you think that that's not enough. Like there's information in existence. Okay, that's self-evidently true. Do I need to prove that? How would I prove that? How would I falsify that? How would I falsify the existence of existence and the singulariness of it by definition? It's impossible to do. How am I going to falsify your existence or my existence or prove your existence? Why do I have to prove my existence? I'm aware of my existence. Like they're not operating in the context that Chris is operating in or that I'm operating in. And it's not because they can't. It's that they are holding certain idols. Certain things as are being prioritized in their model of that which is beyond them, that they actually cannot know for certain. And they're prioritizing them above that which they must already know for certain. Like, and that will cause you to just miscontextualize everything, like constantly. You will be like, he's saying something that doesn't exist. Like what? Like sentience? Like logical extrapolation? Like, like this is like the oneness of existence by definition. Like these are not things that don't exist. They are self-evidently true. If you don't think that, then please tell me in the chat. Like, is it self-evidently obvious that existence includes all that exists? Like fundamental existence means like everything. And therefore it's one thing because there's nothing outside it. Is it obvious and to you constantly that you exist? Like how do I prove that? I don't know. I'm spiraling a bit because I'm trying to make sense of it and I just can't, because you can't. There's nothing to make sense of. But I don't think Chris is the clearest person with it, but I think I can be clearer. That doesn't mean I'm always been clearer. If you think I'm clearer than Chris, please let me know. But we're going to find out right now because I'm going to have him read something and then I'm going to try and give my interpretation of it.
More of these abstruse sentences. The
Abstruse sentences.
maximal generality, in brackets, universality, comprehensiveness, criterion of a reality, theoretic identity, or ontologically necessary and sufficient theory of everything, means that a fully general formal structure must be selected as the skeletal identity of a total framework.
I mean, you gotta love it.
You can see him like very attentively reading because he's like, wait, what the fuck did I say? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's trying to decipher this just as badly. Look at, we'll just let him go here.
So
Yeah.
let's break down some of these terms, term by term. Maximal generality.
Comprehensive.
Okay, so why don't you just say comprehensive? I don't know, Chris. But by the way, I'm writing his translations to this so that we can translate the entire sentence at the end into English and figure out what the fuck he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try and explain what that means. It says the maximal, this is the quote, by the way, you can see it. The maximal generality, universality, comprehensiveness criterion of a reality theoretic identity or ontologically necessary and sufficient theory of everything means that a fully general formal structure must be selected as the skeletal identity of a toe framework of reality. Okay, I will admit that is an exhausting sentence. It is. I also understand, as somebody who's gone through this, how that happens, because when you're talking about fundamental reality, you start trying to like really contextualize all these like really fundamental things, and you just end up with an abstruse sentence like that sometimes, and I'm guilty of it. But let's try to do this. I said, Chris is saying that for a theory of everything to be a true theory of everything, it must be containing, contextualizing, and explaining of everything, including itself, and a theory that does this requires a framework that follows a pattern that can be perceived everywhere. A fundamental theory, I wrote this years ago, I said, a fundamental theory, it's on my website, is a recognizable, describable, predictable, and applicable pattern that occurs in all instances of, I say, super subjective observation. I used to say objective observation, but I don't like that anymore. Of super subjective observation and an explanation for such pattern. So any observation of an observation. So like when you're looking at, like, how is my mind differentiating color? Like, or what are my senses? What are the senses that I have that I'm perceiving the world through? That is an observation of an observation. I call it a super subjective observation, but I used to call it an objective observation, but I think that's too confusing. And it's just not as clear. But that is the same thing. It's saying the same exact thing. Because years ago, when people started this talk, like Sabine Hossenfelder and Eric Weinstein, and Eric really kicked it off because he went on Joe Rogan and talked about he has a proposal for a theory of everything, and kind of ripped on string theory. And it just like kicked off like this whole thing. And then there's Wolfram that came into the discussion. I'm not saying he wasn't already working on his stuff. He was. There's lots of people that have been working on their stuff for a while. But Carl Friston and Chris Langan and Clea Irwin and what is it? Conscious agent theory. What's the guy? Donald Hoffman. Like, all these people have had very similar-ish ideas, and if they aren't that similar yet, they are becoming increasingly similar. Like Wolfram's now it's about observers instead of more so than it's about atoms of space, and so it's moving towards these placing of sentience as the fundamental structure / nature, or mind as the fundamental structure and sentience as the fundamental nature, however you want to say it. But everybody was asking, though, as all these theories started, being talked about, the Toe channel was created by Curt, and everybody's going on Lex Friedman. Everybody started to ask again, like, what is a theory of everything? And in physics, just physics, it is a theory that unifies the concepts and models of general relativity and quantum mechanics and like the standard model. And they can't do it right now. And there's lots of reasons why. They're just miscontextualizing it. But the point is that when you limit it to a physics only framework or physics only issue or problem or concept, you're actually making the wrong choice, because you need a fundamental theory explains physics, just like physics explains chemistry. And you need a theory that is the context of physics, the context of perception, of observation. That's what we need. What is a theory of perception and observation? Maybe a theory of a perceiver and an observer, like Sentience, like a theory of everyone instead of a theory of everything. But I tried to like work within their framework and see like, okay, what is a real theory of everything? And instead of like a theory of everyone alone, if you weren't going to call it that, like, what is a theory of everything? And I wrote, a fundamental theory is a recognizable, describable, predictable, and applicable pattern that occurs in all instances of supersubjective observation and an explanation for such pattern. My translation of what Chris is saying is that a theory of everything, for a theory of everything to be true theory of everything, it must be containing, contextualizing, and explaining of everything, including itself, and a theory that does this requires a framework that follows a pattern that can be perceived everywhere, which is like super subjective observation. It is the same. I think what he wrote is the same exact thing that I wrote. It's just worded differently. A recognizable, describable, predictable, and applicable pattern that occurs in all instances of super subjective observation and an explanation for such pattern is a more concise way of saying, I think, the maximal generality, universality, comprehensiveness criterion of a reality theoretic identity or ontologically necessary and sufficient theory of everything means that a fully general formal structure must be selected as the skeletal identity of a toe framework of reality. Like, that's what he's saying is what I said, but much more abstrusely. And it's part of that is because I don't have the vocabulary that Chris Langan does. And sometimes that's a gift. In this one specific instance, it's a gift. Most of the time, it's not. So I don't think that there, like, what is the problem with what he wrote? Like, what's the problem with what I wrote? Like, and if you say, no, a fundamental theory or a theory of everything is, I mean, I say a fundamental theory. I don't say a theory of everything anymore, but I used to say a theory of everything is a recognizable, describable, predictable, and applicable pattern that occurs in all instances of supersubjective observation and an explanation for such pattern. Like, it's the same thing, but I think fundamental theory is just more concise and more like specifically defined too, which is good. It's like, it's less, you're saying less and it's meaning more. That's good. But and it's giving context. Like, a fundamental theory gives context to what it is. It's a theory of everything is just assumed to be physics and assumed to only be that which unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics. I do think that a fundamental theory does unify quantum mechanics and general relativity. Because it contextualizes both of them. That doesn't mean it gives you the equation. Somebody else can go figure that one out if that's even possible. I don't know, but maybe unifying them the way that physicists want is not actually what is possible. But and you can't argue against that because, like, nobody's done it. So, but I don't think any. Would you disagree with my statement of a definition of theory of everything? Like, is that wrong? I'm not saying there isn't a better definition that's more specific and more coherent. I'm saying, like, is that wrong? Because if it's not, then neither is Chris's. So I don't see the problem here. I'm going to go to the chat before we end, but if I go to the chat now, I'm never going to end this stream. Identity operator. They make fun of him again for saying an identity operator, and a bit, and like, I don't see the problem with saying an identity operator, like an operator that has an identity, meaning like a someone. That's what it means. I don't see why that's like, it's not the. I would just say someone, like, you could just say that, but.
What's a reality theoretic identity? He says, oh, well, an identity is this.
Oh, also, he doesn't understand, like, he loves the word identity and he loves the word operator and he tries to use identity operator. And I actually regret that I didn't include this part in my video, but he's talking about, like, God being the identity operator. And it's like, dude, do you know what the identity operator does? It takes an input and spits out an unaltered output. So it does nothing. So you're saying God does nothing when you're saying that God is the identity operator. Like, the guy he genuinely doesn't know what these terms mean. Like, it's ridiculous.
But his God is literally only there in order to perceive all of reality, or else it can't exist. Because remember, he said, in order to exist, it must be perceived. So in order for all of reality to exist, then something must be perceiving all of reality all the time. And this is God.
Yeah.
And he has a funny thing, like, you know how the intelligent design advocates, they changed the word God to intelligent designer. And Chris goes even more crazy with it, to where his God is an acronym, G-O-D. And he actually doesn't like it if you call it God. He wants you to call it G-O-D, like, he wants you to say G-O-D or the global operator descriptor.
Global, so we're limiting it to Earth.
But he means global as in all of reality, the entire universe.
Okay,
So,
I don't see how you derive the totality from the word, like, global refers to the globe, which
because
If you want to understand the CTMU, or even try, you have to meet it in the context that it proposes, not in your context. Like, and there is nothing like saying God is an intelligent designer. So, like, that's a description of, like, what he, things about him. Like, that's fine. What's wrong with that? But they're assuming, like, motive behind saying, oh, they changed God to now say an intelligent designer. No, they're describing his actions and his, abilities a little bit. Like, they're just describing him a little bit. It's like saying, you are a human being. You are not Tyler. You are a human being. It's like, you're a primate. You are a hairless mammal. It's like, you're not Tyler. You're a hairless mammal. Okay. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. I think I can be a hairless mammal and be Tyler. You can call it sentient existence. You can call it the what's this? Tom Campbell calls it the consciousness system, the larger consciousness system. But I think that if you try and reduce it down to existence, like the nature of it, down to like a description that is like technical, then you're gonna miss the actual like most relevant aspect of the nature of existence itself, is that it's a someone. Like if aliens landed here tomorrow and had to know something about you, do you want them to know that you are a hairless mammal that has red blood cells and consumes like fast food? Or do you want them to know that you are a sentient being that feels? Like, which one really, like, if an alien knew that you were a sentient being that feels, and another alien knew that you had red blood cells, had a heart and lungs, and you had a average body temperature of 98.6, and you eat fast food, like, but didn't know you were sentient, which one understands you better? Like, who would you rather, like, what would you rather the alien know? Which one has a better understanding of what they're looking at? The one that knows that a human is a sentient being that feels. Like, and so if you want to understand existence, and it is entirely self-referential and self-informing and therefore self-aware, then it's someone. And like, that's how you understand existence. Like, it provides the context of physics. Like, it does. How else did multiplicity of sentience get here and anything get here? You don't have an explanation for it. But that does provide a context that seems natural. And it's not enough to just be like, well, I can't explain it, so just God did it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, it's inevitable, that it seems inevitable that existence is a self-referential information structure that would inevitably be self-aware and therefore sentient. And that being would have to choose to create additional sentient beings within itself, because it's not an inevitability that multiplicity of sentience exists. It's just an inevitability that singularity of sentience exists. That is very different than, we can't explain it, so God did it. It's like, no, we're providing a logical framework here, and you have to contend with that context. Can't just be like, well, he's doing the same thing that like Christian apologists do. No, I'm not. They might be trying to make a logical argument for like the existence of God, but that's not this. I'm approaching it in a way that has nothing to do with the constraints that are placed on it by the dogmas or assumptions of any specific theological tradition at all. You don't assume God in my framework. You assume self, and you assume that existence is an information structure that includes all that exists and is one by definition and is self-referential completely, meaning like completely self-contained. That's what you assume. And then see where that takes you. That's not, oh, I don't get it, so God did it. That is a terrible way to do things, I admit. Like, that's not the pursuit of truth. That's just like, I like my current, like, what I currently believe, and I don't want to give it up. It's the same thing as saying like things that, a lot of the things that Dave and Grayson are saying. It's just one of them is in the name of religion and the other one's in the name of science, but really they're just in service of like, they're just built on structures that cannot be known to be true, and are evasive. Like a lot of people who are Christian or Jewish or Muslim or like they're religious people who are trying to they're trying to like prove creation with like scientific observations, and it's like the Cambrian explosion. It's impossible, like mathematically, for that many new, beings to evolve at once. I have no idea if that's true, and it doesn't matter. This is like, that is wrong. That is not the right way to construct and pursue truth, or to construct a model that allows you to pursue truth. So I agree with like anybody who thinks that. Like Stephen Meyer, who Dave Farina, Professor Dave, like rips on all the time, and who I've met is a very nice guy. He has a book called Return of the God Hypothesis, and I love that title. It is like the best title of any book ever. But I totally disagree with how he goes about trying to prove God, like, or to argue for God. I think that he's arguing for scriptures instead of arguing for God, which really means like he's arguing for his interpretation, or even like a common interpretation of scriptures, which is not what you're supposed to be doing. Like, you should be starting with what is the truest thing that I know. That's what you should be doing, not starting from I'm going to assume the scriptures and I can also see, fossils. So how do I reconcile these things? That's what physicists are doing right now with quantum mechanics and general relativity, and failing. I say this in my Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide video. I say, you don't create a more fundamental theory by taking two theories that are not as fundamental and combining them. You have to scrap everything and start from the beginning and see if it inevitably leads to that which can be observed and is coherent and consistent with that which we observe, including the self that we observe, starting with the self that we observe. That's how you do this. You have to start from scratch. You cannot start from, I'm assuming general relativity, and I'm assuming the standard model. And now how do I... That's not going to work. I'm assuming the Bible, and I'm assuming fossils. How do I put these together? No. What's the truest thing you know? Start there. This is about probability, like we talked about earlier, like probability space.
Got it.
We actually bind telesis in this way so the causation can be completed, so that events can actually occur. All of this nonsense about, well, quantum randomness and quantum indeterminacy, if something is totally random and indeterministic, there is no reason for it to occur, and it won't occur.
There you go. Quantum indeterminacy debunked.
Not real. Yep.
He literally said that if something is indeterministic, as in if it can't be completely deterministic of A will always lead to B, if it's probabilistic, like
Right,
a 30% chance has a chance of leading to B, then it just can't be that way. It can't be real.
Yeah, the probability distributions can be rigorously calculated. That's the thing. He just clearly just has never took. Yeah, he didn't he didn't go to college, right? I mean, I learned this in quantum chemistry, right? So
Yeah,
as an undergrad, right? Yeah.
So what? What Chris is saying is that when he says we bind telesis, he's saying that us as the causers of actions, us as the action takers, though that which has a will, those who have a will, meaning like anyone who exists, they have free will, which really means like the ability to make choices about your goals and to take action. Like will is the desire to do, and then you can act on that will. Us as that, like, as a structure that is capable of that, in between me and you is determinism. And I can make a choice, and you can make a choice, and God can make a choice, and your cells can make a choice. And between all of us is determinism, is logic, is causality, it's not, there is no probability between us. Probability is a tool that you use when you don't have all the information to maximize the chances that you will still get the right answer when you guess. That's what probability is. Just because you can rigorously calculate the probability distributions does not mean that it isn't actually deterministic. If you look at like a marble machine, if you take a jar of marbles, okay, and you fill it up, and it's got 100 marbles and or 99 marbles, and 33 of those marbles are green, and 66 of those marbles are red, and I shake up the marble jar so that it's mixed up, and then I turn a thing and it releases a marble. You could say, oh well, we actually can map the probability distribution, so we know that it's going to be 33% chance that it's green and 66% chance that it's red. That means that for every 3 times that we do it, we'll get 1 green one and 2 red ones on average if we do it a bunch of times. And we see the buildup of a probability distribution. Sure, that doesn't mean it's not deterministic. If you could see inside the jar and you could see which marble was next to the spigot that is about to, that would release when you turn the thing, whatever, I don't know what this contraption is, but like it's a jar of marbles, and you pull something and it's a gumball machine. Okay, that's what it is. But it's got marbles in it. If you knew which marble was right next to the door that opens when you turn the lever on a gumball machine, like you would know what color was going to come out. Like, it wasn't that probability was fundamentally there, and that you couldn't know that it wasn't going to be a green one or a red one. It was going to follow probability distribution. No, it was either going to be a red one or a green one, and it was completely deterministically inevitable before you pulled the lever. And your prediction ability, and probability can be used for you to make predictions in a set of actions. But that's not fundamental. So I don't care what he learned in sophomore quantum physics or whatever class he took. It clearly wasn't enough. It wasn't accurate unless he's just missed the point. But if that's the case, then he missed the point. They're not arguing against what he's saying. We take actions, and those actions have consequences according to determinism, or according to deterministic causal logical inevitabilities. And then other beings can make more choices. That's not contradictory to the observation of a probability distribution. It's contrary. There is no argument for the fundamentality of probability. You can't understand probability if you think that. You just can't. And I totally also will say this: you cannot understand quantum mechanics if you truly believe that probability is fundamental. It means you're not factoring in that you are an observer that is making a guess about what you're going to see and where something's going to be when you look at it. And you're not the only factor in this. But you can know enough to make a probabilistic guess that increases your chances of guessing right. But it was not undetermined once it's been the action's been taken or some choice has been made. It's determined. It's not probabilistic. Probability is a tool. It's a mental tool. That's it. It's a mathematical tool. It's not fundamental reality. But the fact that you take a physics class and you come away with, and you have a memory like Dave has, which is very impressive, and you come away with the interpretation of, because we can rigorously map probability distributions, it means that probability doesn't fundamentally does fundamentally exist, or is like fundamentally existent. That's not true at all. Like you don't understand the context of that, or even the logic behind it. I don't understand why that's not obvious. Like, think about the gumball machine. Like, it was determined which marble it was going to be. You just didn't have all the information. Again, they're not meeting Chris in the context that he is proposing. They're meeting him in their context. And that, of course, his statements are false in their context. It's not the same context. You have to assume God exists if you're going to judge the CTMU's logical coherence. You can't, you have to assume that existence is sentient, that because I think, therefore I am, and also like Berkeley's argument. Or just ask yourself, what is the truest thing that I know? And maybe that leads to the realization that existence is a singular sentient being. That's why I called it Sentient Singularity Theory. It's not like I'm trying to sound physicsy. As Dave says, he's like, people use the term quantum to sound physicsy and singularity to sound physicsy. No, some people do. I know that. But like, it's also because there is an intrinsic meaning to these terms that it transcends physics, and they know that too. It's like quantum didn't start with physics, but they will just say anything, I guess. So right here, we're almost done. I'm gonna show two more, and then that's it. Where's we'll show this clip. This is about a term too, terminology.
His question is so funny. Follow up to all of this that we're hearing.
Okay.
In other words, we're binding it into events. We're taking something that is basically conspansive, that is self-potentializing, it consists of potentials and actualities, and actually giving those potentials and actualities something to connect them.
Conspansion, by the way, is another made-up term that combines contraction and expansion. Two opposites.
We're actually selecting many possible futures, or from many possible futures, which is a potential. We're then selecting specific events that combine, that are related in telons, which are these quanta of causation we're talking about, secondary quanta.
Oh, okay. I thought I had Kurt's response there, but he asked him about all the syntax and says, how does that relate to love?
Oh my God.
Funny. Okay.
God chose to create you in order to create meaning. Maybe it is relevant to love. If it was inevitable that it had to be a choice by God, like, or that, and because of logic, like, this is actually relevant to that. But regardless, you can't, when we're talking about a theory of everything, and I say this in my Theories of Everything, the how-to guide video, which I highly suggest we watch. It's only 20 minutes. It's not like me rambling for 3.5 hours like this. In it, I say that we have to, in order to describe concepts that are not contained within our current scientific narratives, which is required in order to add a new context to the narrative, you have to basically come up with new terms. And so I'll say things like, super literal, which means, or like super personal, meaning like it's true for you as personally and subjectively and individually, but also it's universally true. So something that's super personal is like, what is the truest thing that you know? It's super personal to you, but it's also like it's personal and it's also universal to everyone. So it's super personal, is what I say. That, because I made up that term, does not mean that, like, that is required. I'm not even going to say, oh, don't judge it. I'm just going to say, like, that is a requirement when you're breaking new ground. Like, why wouldn't it be? You know, like, standard model didn't exist. Lepton and muon and tau and quark and proton and neutron and atomic nuclei and photon and boson and fermion. All of these terms had to be created as we grew in our understanding and modeling of the world. That doesn't cease. That didn't cease 50 years ago. It's like, why would you be allowed to make up new words back then, but not now? You need to make new terms when you introduce new concepts or new contexts. That's not a problem. Conspansive, when Chris is saying like it's growing and shrinking at the same time, I would bet that he's not talking about physical reality and space the way that they are. He's talking about perception. Like God's perception is shrinking and our perception of the universe is probably narrowing, and like our cognitive light cone of when we look out into the at the stars appears to be expanding. It's like, okay, that's fine, right? And then think about, maybe there's a reason for that. Think about what it's like to look in versus what it's like to be looking out of a system, being like a fish in a fishbowl versus like outside the fishbowl, or being the fishbowl itself and looking at yourself. In the CTMU books that he has all these logical like models of movement. I have my own models of causation that I don't fully understand this one, but like I can tell what he's doing because I've done this in my own context. Like this. Again. This is just information growth models. Like, it's kind of tough, but you have to, topological inclusion. Syntax becomes state. Descriptive inclusion. State becomes syntax. It's interesting. I have like this model right here of like the context of space-time. Looks kind of similar, which is like this. And like this is a mind, and this is a mind, and this mind is within this mind. So you can say this is a human, and this is a red blood cell, or you could say this is God, and this is me, and we each have an objective or sovereign constraint, a negative degree of freedom, an objective constraint, a subjective constraint, a positive degree of freedom here, and a negative degree of freedom. Same thing here. Objective constraint, subjective constraint, positive degree of freedom, negative degree of freedom. And so if you're inside of another mind, then your ability to move within causality is you can go to a new location, and you can go to or forwards towards a new location or backwards towards a previous location, which really means like a moment, forwards towards a goal state or goal location, backwards away from the goal state, which the goal location in space-time is what defines whether or not you're going forwards or back. I want to go to Chick-fil-A. Okay, well, then going forwards towards Chick-fil-A is going towards Chick-fil-A. It's a positive degree of freedom. You could also go backwards towards your house, but it's against the goal, so it's a negative degree of freedom. But you're always in your current location because it's subjective constraint. You can't escape it. You define it. And then you're also subject to an objective constraint, which you cannot control, but you're just subject to it. And that's time, which is causality beyond you. That's really all time is. It is change that occurs beyond your ability to make choices regarding. So, your cells are changing, God is changing, the universe is changing, molecules are changing. other beings and around you are making choices, people are making choices, and you have to move within all of that movement. And then there's basically the outside observer, which is like God or you. If this is a cell, this is you. Like if this is one of your cells, and if this is you, then you could say this is God, or the sentient universe or whatever. It's the being that you're within. And you navigate through space-time. So like you navigate through space and you are subject to time. God navigates in time-space in the context that is relevant to us, which is just a reversal because he can't navigate in space. He is space. It's like, how do you navigate the space of your cells? You really can't. Like you are the space for your cells. You can navigate in space compared to like, I don't know, your dog, which is, you're together inside of another mind. That's different. But like, how do you in relationship with your cells navigate the space that your cells navigate? You can't. You are the space your cells navigate. And so your objective constraint is space instead of time. You cannot, you're just subject to it. It's beyond you, basically, which in this case, it means like it is you. But it also means it's beyond your ability to escape. And then you have a subjective relativistic constraint, which is you're always in the present moment because the moment in time is where everyone within you is in their current, actions. That's the moment. It is defined by everyone's or by someone's current actions who is within you. And so you are the present moment, basically. And you perceive all of this as like a totality. Or if, I guess, from the outside. And so you can navigate towards a future moment, which is like you can see where everybody's at and kind of like where everybody's going. But, and you can kind of, I guess, you can conceive of like where everybody's been, which is like to navigate in a negative degree of freedom in a mental state that is in relationship with a being that is within your mind, a mind that is within your mind. But then, this is like your space of maneuvering is within kind of time. So space-time, time-space, intersection and overlap of these things, basically like this is the context that this being navigates within. So it's kind of, it seems like it's similar to his model. Some of his models, I don't know, because I make my models to make sense to me, and I hope that they make sense to you. But like this is required. Like you need to start contextualizing things in the context of mind. If you're gonna, even if you like aren't made the leap to God exists or something, like you exist. And I would definitely agree with Stephen Wolfram. And you shouldn't just take Stephen Wolfram's word for it, but I think that what he says of we perceive the laws of physics that we do because we are the types of observers that we are. I agree with that. And I would even expand it to say, we navigate the physics that we do, or we are subject to the physics that we are because of, the context that we are within. But that context is a mind too. It's an observer as well, like outside observer, subjective inside observer, human cell, God, you. It's about context. It's about relationships. This is exactly what Stephen Wolfram is starting to say. And it's the CTMU, and it's also Sentient Singularity Theory, and it's also theism. Like, that's what it is. They say, can the CTMU explain anything useful? You can't judge the CTMU's ability to explain something useful if you think that it's fundamentally false. If you want to know whether or not the CTMU could explain something useful, you have to assume it's true first. And if it is true, and you are inside a sentient being, and your mind inside a mind, is that useful to know? Probably the most useful thing that you can possibly know, actually. What is the purpose of that? How does that impact you? In every way that it can. That in every way that you can be impacted. From morality to goals, to your feelings about your own sense of self-worth and meaning and purpose, and also it has certain implications about how you should treat others and why you should treat others a certain way, because then it means that, like, people say, like, I think everybody is of equal value. It's like, that's such an empty statement. And what you should be saying is, like, it's not up to me to judge someone else's value, other than to assume that they have value because they're here. And that was a choice by a being who is beyond us. Is that not useful? Like, of course it's useful. Is it also useful to, like, making warp transportation? Possibly, yeah. Like, but is that, like, the most important thing? No, it's definitely not. And for somebody who's very concerned about morality, which is, I'm referencing Dave, like, he's very concerned about morality. Of course, the CTMU, if it's true, would be very useful. This right here.
Question is so funny. As a follow-up to all of this that we're doing.
Okay.
In other words, we're binding it into events. We're taking something that is got to have this other kind of quantum of causation, this secondary quantum of causation called telesis, and that means
Yeah, so now we've got a secondary quantum, this time of causation, which are the telos, which he says anything that a teller desires is a telos. So, like, he said that the universe exists to increase utility, and utility is anything that the tellers want.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
also,
that's also a quantum. This is a smaller quantum than the big quantum.
yes, it's a secondary quantum, which for some reason is more fundamental than the primary quantum, which was literally the whole
Everything.
universe.
Fucking idiot.
telesis is bound. That's the monic substrate of the universe. It must be bound by these things called telos.
Okay, and
I mean, I kind of understand why, like, you would assume they kind of correctly point out that you should be saying, like, the primary quantum is God, but from a causal perspective, but from the perspective of a sense making, you are the primary quantum. And they basically say that people that use terms like quantum are just trying to sound physicsy and sciencey and basically trick people. Quantum definition. Quantum. Of course, it starts in physics. A quantum is the minimum amount of any physical entity, physical property involved in an interaction. Okay, so it's like something that is defined as something. But that's not actually the origin of the word. It comes from quantity. And quantity just means the amount or number of a material or immaterial thing not usually estimated by spatial measurement. So it's not within relativity, it's beyond it. It's just quantity. It's like beyond, it's just the foundations of where, it's the context of math. So when you say that the universe is a primary quantum, or existence itself is fundamentally all that exists and therefore one structure. So that means it's like a primary quantum, or it is the primary quantum. Like, that is not an incorrect statement. When I tried to get I wrote on my website, sentientsingularity.com. You can go to writings on sentientsingularity.com, and you can see a poetic description of existence, and you can see a technical description. And in the technical description, it says sentient singularity theory describes the totality of existence as a singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. And then it goes on. And I said that to my dad, and I was like, and a lot of friends of mine, and my siblings and my family, I sent it to everybody. But my dad and a friend of mine, who are very smart people, I was like, do you get it? And they were like, no. I was like, what am I saying there? And they were like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know? Like, how can you not know when I say sentient singularity theory describes the totality of existence as a singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself? And it took months, guys, months and months and months. I kept asking them every now and then and trying to explain it, and they were like, I don't get it. And then eventually I just asked them, I was like, what don't you understand here? Like, what word are you getting hung up on? And they both said singularity. And I was like, oh, what do you think that means? And they were like a black hole and like the Big Bang. And I was like, I see. This is not a physics term, singularity. Singular means one. Quanta means one, means quantity, essentially, a bunch of ones. My nose is itching. These are not terms that are for physics alone. They are terms that physics uses because they make sense in physics in those contexts, and there's nothing wrong with that. They should use them, but they are not owned by physics, and using them in a different manner does not make you illegitimate. In fact, all that matters is that you use it in a way that is consistent with its original definition, which is obviously a singularity of sentience is one sentient being. It is a sentient being. And every sentient being, we don't say is just something or is some things. It's someone. You are someone. I am someone. Your dog is someone. God is someone. Your cells, one of your cells is someone. That is another way of saying like a quantum or a sentient singularity is a someone. It's just a way of technically describing someone. So with that, I'm going to go to the chat and then we're going to go. I know this was way longer than I wanted it to be, but the chat was off the chain a little bit this time. I don't know if that's the best definition or description, but I appreciate all of the engagement. It's just impossible to, like, we'd have to only have a chat day for me to only engage with the chat, and we can do that. But if you want that, let me know, and then we could just have like an Ask Me Anything, and then we could just talk in the chat. But if I try and do the chat and answer everything and I get this much engagement, I'm going to miss what people say because like it's going too fast for me to read it. And also, I won't play the clips. And if I do both of those things, then we're going to be here for 4 hours like tonight. I like how God gave up his monopoly. Okay. Nathan, if another being exists independently of me, then they will generate novel, non-self-derived information that I cannot predict, simulate without error. Okay. But if another being exists, and that being is the primary being that is existence itself, then it's not really possible for it to generate information that is, not self-derived. So what does it do? It has to create other selves, other someones in order to like start deriving more information because it has to add context. God, people say, is God all-knowing or is he constantly learning? Both. You are constantly learning. You're never all-knowing because there's things going on beyond us. But God is like an inverted eyeball. Like everybody has this one model. It's in Geometric Unity's paper that Eric Weinstein released and tons of other physicists' papers and philosophy papers and things like that, but where is it? It's the eyeball universe thing. It's like a metaphor. Recall. Come on. I've seen it in Chris Langan's book, but oh, here it is. The universe as a self-excited circuit from Wheeler. Fidgeting with my ring. It's a universe, U for universe looking at itself. But it's really like an eyeball that is inside out, like looking within itself is a better way of showing it, but you can't really show that because then you can't see the pupil because it's on the inside. So it just would look like a white ball. But that is like the conceptually, that is God, is like he's an inverted, he's an inside out eyeball. That's almost what you are too. But he's like even more like super literally an inside out eyeball. In just because of like you don't consciously create your cells, so you don't need to perceive them all the time. Like you can perceive your cells if you look, but like you'd have to choose to look, and they exist without you choosing. But like we don't exist without God choosing. So he already perceives us because he chooses to create us when he chooses to partition oneness of sentience into multiplicity. And so he is aware of us immediately. Like there are beings inside of us that we're not aware of, cells inside of us that we're not aware of, because we didn't choose for them to exist. But God did, actually. Like every partition of sentience appears to logically need to be a choice by the initial sentience, I believe, or essentially, like, basically that's true. There's a context to explain more about that, but that's good enough for tonight. But and if you don't choose to create your cells and intentionally every single one of them, and you also don't look at every single one of them individually, like then you're just not going to see them all like God does. But you can look if you choose, but he has to look because he made us. So we're not cells in the way, like you are an assembly of cells physically, like your physical body, super physical body even, is like not a collection of organs. It's actually an assembly of cells in Sentient Singularity Theory. And so God is not an assembly of cells. He is and he isn't. Like he doesn't, even if the assembly disappeared, like his body would still exist. But if our assembly of cells disappeared, like our body would no longer exist. That is our body. So it's a little different. It's like more like children, but as if your cells were your children. It's a little odd. Okay. Dogma can be personal. Sure. Call it word salad. The guy in that clip aren't annoying. They just want to be smart boys. I'm not going to claim that to understand all their motives. All I will say is that I was very similar about like 7 years ago, probably probably 10 years ago at this point. I was very similar to Dave and Grayson. So I'm not sitting here judging them personally. I don't think that they see what the issues with their thinking. But they're chickens with their heads cut off. Like it's not their fault that they're not going anywhere. Like they don't even see where they're supposed to be going. If they want to start conceiving of fundamental reality or fundamental existence and thinking about it, you have to really like honestly and humbly and just honestly, like ask, what is the truest thing that I know? And then think about like, what does that mean? And then ask yourself, what does that imply about the world beyond me? Like, what would that imply? Not even imply about the world beyond me, imply what I have to assume about the world beyond me. Like, think about that. And you will start to understand the CTMU. Tyler, that's what you've done with my responses to you not apply the same skepticism to your own position as you do to others? Yeah, I do actually. Like, this is years and years and years in the making, and actually wasn't my goal, and is the opposite of what I assumed. Like, I started looking to understand mind and realized I didn't understand the world. Like, I was very self-critical, and I've been critical the entire way. I just don't think that you can argue from your context against my context. You have to assume my context and then argue against my context. You can't make arguments that are inconsistent with my context. That's like saying, if somebody says, you're saying matter doesn't exist because it's all just ideas. That's not my context. So, like, I'm not saying you did that. I'm saying, like, that's just an example. My context is not idealism, and it's not the traditional idealistic or mentality, or the normal assumed panpsychist belief, which is that everything is sentient that we perceive, which is not consistent with my belief. And I'm not denying of the existence of what we call matter, which is like that which we perceive as structures beyond our mental will, and that we have to physically contend with. Like, I don't deny that at all. That would be stupid. So it's not stupid. I don't want to say that. That's incoherent. Curt calls this out too. He says, like, there's something wrong with idealism, and it's like the same thing that's wrong with materialism. And he's right, 100%. So I'd like to honestly ask, what specific methodology did you use to verify your claims and rule out fraud, bias, or human error? What is the truest thing that you know, Nathan? Like, what do you mean my methodology? Like, it depends on exactly what specifically you're talking about, but like, let's start with the first thing. What is the truest thing that you know? What is the thing that you have to assume to be true above all the other assumptions that you have? What is the assumption that is the context of all the other assumptions that you make in the world as you live, not like just conceptually in this like weird sandbox that's like segmented of curvature tensors and things like that. Like, I mean, like, as you navigate your world, the physical world, what is it that you assume to be true more than anything else? Like, that's what I want to know. That doesn't respond to my question about the methodology and your verification methods to rule out fraud, bias, and human error. Like, those are different things. Like, what is fraud? I did this myself. Like, there's no fraud. Fraud isn't like somebody is lying. Like, there's nobody that could have been fraudulent to me. I didn't derive this from anybody else's work. I didn't take this from Chris Langan or the Bible or anything like that. So I don't need to, like, what is fraud is not applicable. Bias, I can't get rid of bias. My bias, that's why you have to, when you are looking to think about something, I'll answer this question. This is actually like a good one, and then I'll go. But this is the very first model that I made on this entire endeavor, and it is, where is it? Decision tree, right here. I tried to map thinking. I was like, what the heck is thinking? What does it mean to think? You start with will, which means like you have to assume that there is a desire to do something or to think about something because it's just self-evident, because you're doing it. And then how do you like think about something that's novel to you? You reject your current assumed default status. So if you think that existence is not fundamentally sentient right now, and that's your default status, you have to assume that it is. And then you test the new default, your new assumption, and look for evidence of it, basically. That's how you navigate bias. There is no removing bias. There is navigating it. And there's only one way to navigate it, and it's that way. That's it. Like internally, at least. This is just the internalization of the scientific method, which is just the externalization of the thinking process. You can't look for evidence of your default assumption. If you do that, then you are not navigating your own bias because you're not taking it into account. If you want to navigate bias, you have to take your intrinsic bias into account. There is no way to avoid having a bias. You have to navigate it, which means you have to take it into account in the process of thinking, which means you have to admit your bias, assume the opposite of that is true, and look for evidence of that. If you just say, yeah, I don't think the existence is fundamentally sentient, let me look for evidence of it, you're actually not taking your bias into account. So that's what I will say to that. There's actually a very good answer to that question. There's no answer to like the fraud thing, because I built this from starting from what is the truest thing that I know and what is existence by definition. Like there's no fraud involved. There's no one to lie to me. But yeah, like actually your second question of how do you navigate bias, that's very important, and that is how you do it. And then what was your last one is human error. You just check. I mean, I guess you just do exactly what I just showed, but then you just check yourself and every now and then be like try and rethink about like some of these things every now and then. But you shouldn't be doing that forever. The idea that you should every day question your understanding of reality, once you kind of have an understanding that seems to be coherent, like you should question it less and less. Not never question it again, but question it less and less. If you are constantly questioning yourself, like that's not sane. Like it's just not. You have to like eventually be like, okay, this needs to work. But just humility is honesty with oneself about oneself, and it is the most important quality in any scientifically minded person or any person who is trying to understand the truth of anything. Like it's not IQ that matters, it's humility and perspective. You are constrained and empowered and enabled by your perspective in your understanding of the context of your understanding, and your honesty with yourself and about yourself is like necessary to kind of like navigate human error, I guess. So, I mean, I would say, how do you navigate human error? Humility. And humility is not fake humility of like, I'm so like, how should I really believe that I could even figure this out? Like, I don't have a PhD. That's not humility. Humility is, okay, like I think that I did this. I think I can figure this out. I really do. And I also think that I could be wrong. And I am sometimes wrong. I know that I'm sometimes wrong. So like I need to like think about some of these things every now and then and make sure that it's all still fitting together. That's humility. So I actually like your question, and I'm going to have it be the last one because we really need to go. But how do you navigate human error, your own error? Like humility, checking yourself, being humble, which just means honesty with yourself about yourself. If you're in this chat right now, then you think that you can understand fundamental reality. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a self-absorbed narcissistic idea. It is a curious and it's just a curious, it's just curiosity. And also, I don't know, maybe there's other motivations to it that are good. I think it's anybody that wants to understand the truth is good. That is a good pursuit, to try and understand the truth. And I also think that it is not beyond your grasp, and you don't need a 200 IQ, and you don't need a PhD or a degree in physics to understand enough about fundamental reality to like understand it. Again, I don't need to understand the intricacies of how, you know, stomach acid is produced in your stomach in order to understand you. I just need to know that you're sentient being. You are someone, and I understand you. I could understand your stomach better if I understood how acid was made, but like, if you're just trying to understand the nature of something that is an animated, motivated structure / process, then you just need to know that it's a being. It's a someone who feels. Anyways, we don't need 20-minute lectures on humility from someone who doesn't ever demonstrate it in their arguments. Just state your testing methods. I did state, you know, I can't, this is years of work. If you want to join our Discord and you want to have a phone call with me, I do live phone calls with everybody on my Discord every week, usually every week. And you can send me a private message on Instagram and I will send you the link to it. And then you can join the call and you can talk with me about it, actually. Like, we can get into the weeds. But I don't know what else I can provide here right now. It's too late. And I don't know exactly what you're seeking. But if you want to talk with me more about it, I'm perfectly happy to talk to you about it, or anyone else. Also, anybody who I talk about on here, like in the stream, not people in the chat, but people like Dave and Grayson, are always welcome to come on my channel and tell me why I'm wrong or where I misunderstood them or whatever. So that's humility. Like, and it's not humble to admit that. Like, humility is honesty. It's not, you know, meekness. All right, guys, peace. Can you give me one testing method that you tested? Try to message me on Instagram, and we can have a call about it, Nathan. All right, good night, everyone. Bye. It's too late. Get sleep.